Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthourYT.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. This happened when my daughter was about 6 years old. She's grown now, married with a family of her own, and she doesn't remember a thing about it. But I do. I remember it like it was yesterday. Back then, we lived in a smaller house, 2 bedrooms side by side. My daughter had her own room, and most nights she had no trouble sleeping. But for a while, she started telling me about a man who stood at the foot of her bed at night. She wasn't scared when she told me, more matter-of-fact about it. She'd say, "The man's back again," like she were talking about a neighbor stopping by. I figured it was a phrase, just an overactive imagination. I checked her room, though, reassure her nobody was there. She'd fall back asleep, but tell me, "He's there." This went on for weeks. Always the same description. Tall, dark, just standing there watching. My spouse and I brushed it off as childhood dreams. Kids see things in the dark, right? One night I woke up for no particular reason. Something just pulled me out of sleep. The house was quiet. I glanced at the clock. It was just after 3 a.m., and then I looked toward the hallway. My daughter's bedroom door was cracked open, and I could see the faint glow of her nightlight. And I could also see him, a shadowy figure, standing at the foot of her bed, exactly where she'd always said he would be. He wasn't moving, just standing there, tall, but solid, darker than the rest of the room. Every instinct I had screamed to run in and grab her, but I couldn't move. I just stared. I blinked and stood, but he was gone. I rushed into her room, but she was sound asleep, breathing steady, clutching her stuffed animal, completely unaware. I never told her what I saw. She stopped mentioning the man not long after. Life just went on. But years later, when she was a teenager, I tried to bring it up casually, asked if she remembered ever having any strange dreams as a kid. She just stared at me blankly, said no. She has no memory of it at all. But I do. I'll always remember the night I saw exactly what she'd been describing, standing at the foot of her bed. Who it was, what it was, I don't know. When I bought my first house, I was proud. It wasn't much, just a little single-story place on the edge of town. It had all the creaky floors and half-finished basements to your liking, but it was mine. For the first couple of months, everything was perfect. Normal new homeowner stuff popped up, figuring out which breaker controlled which outlets, discovering that one of the bedroom doors didn't quite shut all the way, learning that the pipes really groaned when the hot water kicked in. But then I noticed something else. A smell. It was faint at first, but it was sour, rotten sort of odor that would come and go. I chalked it up to plumbing issues, maybe something with the drains. I bought deodorizers, kept the windows open, but the smell never really went away. In fact, it got worse. Stronger, more specific, like spoiled food left in the heat. I tried everything, snaked the drains, scrubbed the garbage disposal, even pulled the appliances out like the fridge and stove, just in case something had fallen behind it. But the smells seemed to drift, never staying in one place. Some days it was strongest in the kitchen, other days in the living room. Some nights, it felt like it was coming from right under the bed. Then noises started to accompany this smell. They weren't loud, just the occasional scrape or thump from beneath the floorboards. Houses settle, I told myself. Wood creaks, pipes knock. But paired with the smell, it made me uneasy. I started sleeping with the TV on just to drown out the little sounds that seemed to crawl up from the dark. One night I woke up at 2 a.m. to what I swore was whispering. Not clear words, but the cadence of a voice. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, listening. After a few seconds, it stopped. All I could hear was the hum of the heater. But I didn't sleep much after that. I was too scared to check the crawl space myself. The opening was in the basement, a square cutout with a flimsy plywood cover. I'd walked past it a dozen times but never looked inside. The idea of opening it made my stomach twist in knots. Finally, after weeks of this, I called the pest guy. Told him maybe I had raccoons or something nesting under the house. He came by in the afternoon, cheerful, casual, flashlight in hand. I hovered as he pried open the cover. He stuck his head inside. A few seconds later, he pulled back, face pale. "You need to see this," he said. Reluctantly, I went down. He shone his light into the crawl space, and my blood froze. Someone had been living down there. There was an old sleeping bag laid out on the dirt, surrounded by half-empty cans of food, empty water bottles, crumpled wrappers, and in one corner, a bucket I don't need to describe. But the worst parts were the walls. Scrawled across the concrete in black marker and other substances were words, sentences, phrases. My phrases. Things I knew I had said out loud in the last few weeks. Stuff I'd mumbled on the phone or said to myself while pacing in the kitchen. My name, names of my friends, snippets of private conversations, written over and over in messy, frantic handwriting. The pest control guy looked at me wide-eyed. "You should call the police," he said. They came, searched the crawl space, but whoever had been living there was long gone. They said it looked like they'd left in a hurry. No sign of forced entry in the house, meaning whoever it was probably just came in through the crawl space. I had new locks installed. I sealed the crawl space. I did everything I could to feel safe again. But it's been years, and I still wake up sometimes. I'll be certain that I'll hear the whispering beneath my bed. And the thing that I really can't stop thinking about is the handwriting on the walls. Just so creepy, how closely they would have had to have been listening. I've done my fair share of road trips, some with friends, some alone. There's something about open highways at night that makes the world feel bigger and stranger than it does in the daylight. But only once did I drive down a road that I can't find again, no matter how hard I try. This was about 10 years ago. My best friend and I had taken a weekend trip. Basically, we didn't plan much, just threw a bag in the trunk and headed out. We were in a rural part of the state, mostly farmland and woods. Road stretches for miles and miles without a single streetlight. It was late when we realized that we'd taken a wrong turn. The GPS showed us a blue dot floating in the middle of nowhere. No marked roads in sight. My friend joked that it felt like we'd driven right off the map, but I was more annoyed than amused. I slowed the car, scanning for signs, and then I saw a narrow road branching off to the right. It looked old, crumbling asphalt with weeds pushing through the cracks, lined with sagging power lines. But it was a road, and at that point, we just wanted to get back to something familiar. So I turned. The further we drove, the more odd we started feeling. There were houses along the way, small farmhouses, one-story places with peeling paint and porches that leaned just enough to look tired. Every single one had lights on, warm yellow glows spilling out through old curtains, like families were inside. But we didn't see anyone, not a single person on the porch, not a single car in the driveway. Just house after house lit up in the dark, silent as we passed. Neither of us really spoke for a while. It sort of felt wrong, breaking the silence, like we were waiting or listening to something. My friend finally muttered, "Where is everybody?" I didn't have an answer. After maybe 15 minutes, we decided to turn around. The road was getting rougher, more broken. I wasn't about to risk a flat tire out there. I found a wide enough stretch to turn, swung the car around, and started back the way we came. Then for a moment, I thought I was losing my mind. The houses were gone. The power lines were still there, leaning in the same tired way. But the houses, the porches, the glowing lights, they were gone. In their place were fields, flat and empty under the moonlight. I drove a little faster. Neither of us said anything. Eventually, the crumbling road fed us back onto the main highway, like nothing had happened. When we finally pulled into a gas station, a half hour later, we sat in more silence for a long time, just listening to the sound of the engine cooling. Finally, my friend asked, "That happened, right?" We agreed to drop a pin the next time, in case we ever wanted to prove to ourselves that we hadn't imagined it, and we did. I pulled up the GPS map, and I went to just before the road fed us back onto the highway. I marked it with a pin. The next morning in daylight, we drove back. The GPS took us to the pin, down the same stretch of highway. Only this time, when we looked for the turnoff, there was nothing there. No crumbling asphalt, no leaning poles. There was no sign of a road at all, no matter how many times we drove past it. There was nothing there. We pulled over, walked a little ways into the woods, and we found no trace of pavement or a hint that there had ever been anything but forest. I double-checked my phone. The pin was still there, floating in the middle of green nothingness in which we were standing. We never found that road again. I've told the story a dozen times over the years, and I always get the same reaction. People often nod politely, saying it sounds like a dream, or that we must have just gotten turned around. But we know what we saw. For a moment, the road was real. The houses were real. I can still picture the glow of the windows, the way the light spilled onto the porches. I can still feel the silence that pressed on us as we drove through. It was heavy and unnatural, but it was there. I don't know what we stumbled on that night. A ghost town, a slip in time. As strange as the story is, it really doesn't scare me, I guess. Because if I ever see a narrow turn-off or a side road, I have to take it. I usually do. But I've never come across anything as strange as I did on that trip. I don't own a car, so for years I've relied on the bus to get everywhere. Most of the time it's just same routes, same drivers, same handful of people even, riding every night. But one trip home still unsettles me, even though nothing really happened in the way that most people would define it. I would say otherwise. It was a weeknight, later than usual. I'd stayed after work to finish a project. By the time I caught the bus, it was close to midnight. The route was almost empty at that hour, just me and one other passenger sitting near the back. They were hard to make out at first, bundled in a hooded coat, sitting perfectly still. Didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't even seem to be breathing, but they must have been. I told myself not to be weird about it. Plenty of people keep to themselves in public transit, especially at this hour. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me, even though their head never turned. I'd been minding my own business, just waiting to get home, but then the lights flickered, and I got that really unsettling feeling in my stomach. I guess lights flickering wasn't unusual exactly. The old buses do that sometimes, I was sure, but it happened twice in a row. Each time the overhead bulbs buzzed and dimmed, the whole bus felt smaller, like the shadows stretched a little farther. Out of instinct, I glanced back. The person was still sitting there, motionless. We made stop after stop, but no one else got on. Just me, the driver, and the silent figure in the back. The weird part was I never once heard them shift around. I guess they weren't doing anything strange, but I couldn't help the feeling that I had. Why was I paying so much attention? What was wrong with this person, if anything? I really did try to let it go, but then we got to my stop, which is the last stop. So I guess they just lived near me. I stood, slung my bag over my shoulder, and started toward the front. On the way, I glanced back one more time. The seat was empty. I stopped walking, and I stared. The driver noticed me hesitate and asked if something was wrong. I opened my mouth, and all I could say was, there was someone back there. He frowned and looked in the mirror, but then back at me. Nope, just you tonight. I wanted to argue, but I didn't. I knew what I'd seen. There was a hooded figure that had been sitting there the whole ride. I checked more than once, more than I'd wanted to admit. There was no way they could have slipped out without me noticing. The bus doors hissed loud enough to wake the dead, and I was in front. I ended up just nodding and stepping off, letting the cold air hit me. The bus pulled away, but I stood on the corner. My heart was racing, but I was just staring down an empty street. It's been years since that happened, but I still take the bus all the time. Usually at night, if it's late, I do find myself glancing toward the back seats. I'm always expecting to see someone there, someone who's going to disappear on me. Also, if those lights flicker even for a second, I tend to get off at the next stop and just catch the next one, if I can. I didn't like the feeling I got in my stomach during that experience, so I'd like to not experience it again. I've never liked sleeping away from home. Even as a kid, sleepovers gave me anxiety, like I was stranded on the wrong side of town. So when my parents signed me up for 2 weeks at a sleepaway camp in Washington, summer '98, I hated every second leading up to it. The camp was deep in the woods, real towering evergreens, dark underbrush, cabins lined in rows with mosquito nets stapled to the windows. It smelled like pine and damp earth no matter where I stood. Everyone seemed thrilled. I just wanted to go home. The first few nights were awful. The counselors let us stay up a little bit late, and then it was lights out. I'd lie on the thin mattress, staring at the wooden ceiling, trying to ignore every rustle outside. The crickets, the creak of bunks shifting when the other girls rolled over. I was the only one awake, hours later, straining to hear my parents' car pulling up to rescue me, though I knew it wasn't likely. And then I saw the shadow. It wasn't like the others cast from the moonlight through the window. It had shape. It stood in the corner near the cabin door, taller than any adult I knew, shoulders bent forward. It didn't move, didn't flicker like shadows do when headlights sweep past. It just stood there. I thought maybe I should scream for the counselor, but my throat locked. My brain kept trying to give me a normal answer. Coat rack, broom. We didn't have any of those things there, though. Even if we did, they wouldn't lean closer the way this thing did. When I squeezed my eyes shut, I must have passed out from exhaustion. The next thing I knew, it was morning. Kids were already getting dressed for breakfast. The shadow was gone. But that became the pattern. Every night, once the cabin was quiet, the shadow would appear in the same corner. Sometimes it shifted an inch forward, tilted its head, but mostly it just stood there, watching. I was terrified and angry. I knew that something like this would happen if I slept away from home. I'd bury my face in my sleeping bag, too scared to breathe loud. But slowly, something shifted. I realized that the nights I saw the shadow were the nights I actually fell asleep. The fear would peak and then fade, leaving behind this strange sense of calm. I'd glance over, see it in its corner, and instead of panicking, I'd feel myself drift off, like it was keeping watch, in a good way. The scariest night was during a thunderstorm. Lightning lit up the cabin in a harsh flash, and for the first time, I saw its outline clearly. Long arms, bent shoulders. I thought my heart was going to stop, but instead of pulling the blankets over my head, I just rolled over and slept deeper than I had all week. By the time camp ended, I wasn't dreading nights anymore. I still never told anyone about it. I didn't want to be the weird kid who saw things. But I knew that I'd made it through because of that shadow in the corner. I don't know what it was or why it chose my cabin, but I've never forgotten how it felt or what I saw. At first, it was the scariest thing I'd ever seen, but in the end, it totally became something else, something that helped me sleep, like a presence that made the dark a little easier to face. I still had trouble with sleepovers after that. I'd catch myself wishing the shadow would show up again. It never did, though. It never has. Hey everyone. I'm not sure if this counts as a let's not meet, but I have a good cautionary tale that will raise some hairs. I'm a 20-year-old female, but this happened 2 years ago when I was still in high school as a senior. I always knew the dark web existed. I just didn't have any particular interest in it until my friend used it at her cousin's house. Came back with a bunch of wild stories. Well, some of them were just a little too crazy, so I decided to check it out for myself. I had a little trouble downloading Tor, but it's almost scary how easy everything was after that. There's quite literally nothing off limits. If you can imagine it, someone's uploading videos of it. If a terrible accident is caught on film, it gets uploaded to YouTube, TikTok, Reddit, everywhere. But the clips are cut or blurred to avoid showing anything really gruesome. Not on the dark web. They don't have trigger warnings or content advisories. Whether or not you see someone's head being removed is based solely on you. The safety nets are gone. I don't want to say the actual website, partly because of what happened when I spoke to police, and partly to prevent anyone else from enduring what I went through. But imagine if YouTube didn't have any restrictions. People post whatever they want, and nobody can regulate their content. Let me tell you, there's some sick shit out there. At first, I clicked some pretty off-the-wall titles, assuming that they had to be clickbait, like burn down my ex-boss's house, fuck you, Debbie. But no, they're real. That one showed a man literally breaking into a home and burning it down. He piled obstacles in the hallway so that it would be harder for the woman to escape. Then, he poured gasoline all around the front door, leading back through the house and out the rear door. The whole time, there's a voiceover describing how the woman had fired him on his birthday, so he waited for her birthday to fire her, and about how the company will never be able to replace him. You know, the typical narcissistic rant. So, if it wasn't clickbait, it had to be staged, right? Nope. I Googled the woman's name, and I read all about how the ex-employee had burned her house down. Thank God she survived. And the man, he was caught the next day. No way I could stand watching any of the assault videos, but they were by far the most common. It was so bad that I tried reporting it to the police, but they already knew about the site, which is painfully obvious now. If an 18-year-old found it in 5 minutes, no shit the actual authorities knew about it. I was just so shocked. That experience satisfied all of my curiosity about the dark web and more. I was perfectly happy to delete Tor and never think about it again. But later that night, a Skype message appeared while I was doing my homework. "Why did you call the police?" My heart stopped. I'd been way too embarrassed to tell anyone about the call. I blocked the account. But another one popped up immediately after, and it said my mom's phone number followed by, should I talk to her instead? I asked who they were, what they wanted, to which they said, to make my customers happy. After a short pause, they added, "How can I do that if you're trying to involve the police?" Even now, I'm not sure which site or video belonged to that guy. I tried to tell him that I already deleted the browser, but he didn't believe me. He knew I deleted the desktop icon and not the program. Yes, I'm an idiot who didn't understand the difference, but that's not the point. The point is he knew. It turns out the guy knew a lot more because he had access to my computer. Once I realized the webcam was on, I panicked and held down the power button until it shut off. Afterwards, I talked to Hannah's cousin and learned that the website I used to view the videos was less like YouTube and more like LimeWire. I wasn't streaming. I was downloading those videos, along with God knows what else, and it let someone into my computer. Now, while that does suck really bad, there was a bright side. All I had to do was keep the computer off until I could afford to have it fixed, right? A few days later, the asshole texted me a picture of myself getting dressed right after a shower. It was taken with my webcam and captioned, "Miss you." I cried for a long time over that one. I still can't stand to think about all the places those videos must exist. How many screen grabs have been created from the footage? I've tortured myself trying to remember what all I may have done in front of that camera, but there's no point in obsessing over what can't be changed. I blocked the number and all of those ones that came after it. Each one was a bit more threatening than the last. Finally, he insinuated that he would send the pictures to my boss if I didn't answer, so I replied. The exchange was almost the same as the first one, only now he wanted access to my phone to keep an eye on me. I said he could send my pictures to the Pope, but he wasn't getting into my phone. Over the next couple of days, I received strange friend requests on all my social media accounts, and double the amount of phishing scams. But I didn't click on shit. Everyone said it was probably some horny virgin in his mother's basement, that he would get bored and move on to some other poor girl if I just ignored him. So I kept blocking every number until there was no more texts. The very next day, An old car followed me from school all the way to my apartment complex. I should have driven away sooner, but I made a loop and drove back onto the highway. Instead of following me out, the car parked right in front of my building. Unsure what to do, I drove down to a gas station and back again to find that it was gone. Convinced I was being paranoid, I parked and went inside. What were the odds I ran into someone who lived close enough to physically screw with me? It's not like I live in a major city. That night, I got dressed for bed around 11, and the second I turned off the light, I got another text message. This time, it was a picture of me walking inside earlier. That changed everything. This guy wasn't someone on the other side of the world. I wasn't imagining being followed. This was an actual true crime podcast in the making, and I did not want to play. I went to the police again, and they made an official report with the list of numbers I'd blocked, screenshots of the messages I still had. But there's nothing that they could do yet. Basically, something terrible had to happen before they could really get involved. But that brings me to the final encounter. I was on my way home from work. It was only 8 o'clock, so not exactly late. There's a long stretch of road that's pretty secluded, and people usually like to speed. It's a completely straight 2-lane, so it's really easy to pass if someone's going slow. But I was doing 60 when a pair of headlights came zooming up behind me. I actually braced myself because I thought they were going to rear-end me, but they slammed on their brakes at the last second. Once there was a little space between our cars, they sped up and slammed on the brakes again. I knew it had to be that guy. I wanted to call 911, but I was afraid to look away from the road for even a second. My vision was blurred with tears, but I couldn't pry either of my hands from the wheel. Halfway down the road, the car got behind me and accelerated once more. Only this time, it didn't stop. It smashed into my bumper and almost sent me into the guardrail. It was more luck than anything that I regained control before a collision. I was screaming bloody murder as the car slowed down. I knew that he was getting ready to hit me again, but I didn't know how to avoid the impact. When it came, it was even harder than the first one, and my car was sent spinning. When the world was still again, my vision was filled with blue flashing lights, and the guy's taillights were just visible as they rounded the corner at the end of the road. An officer came to my window while his partner spoke into her radio, but they didn't find the guy. I haven't heard from him since that night, but if those cops hadn't been trying to catch speeders, I don't think that I would have survived that encounter. Don't forget, all of that happened because I decided to fuck around on the dark web. Once. It's like the meth of the internet world. I don't usually post here. I read stuff sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, but I've never felt like I had something worth sharing. Until last week. I work as part of a road maintenance crew based out of Hope, British Columbia. For the past couple of years, I've been doing contract work up around the Coquihalla, mostly patching up remote access roads for forestry and survey teams. Long hours, not a lot of people around, and plenty of dead zones for a phone signal. Anyway, last Thursday we were set up north of Yale. Real backcountry stuff. Gravel road that barely shows up on the map. We were supposed to clear a section after a minor rock slide. Just me, another guy from the crew, and our supervisor in the truck. The weirdness started when we got to the site. There were these footprints in the mud at the edge of the slide. Not tire tracks, but footprints. But huge. Like easily twice the size of my boot. And deep. Whatever made them was heavy. But there were only 3 of them. No full path or clear direction, just 3 prints, like something just took a few steps and disappeared. We joked that it was Sasquatch territory and kept moving, but I took a picture on my phone. I sent it to my brother later. He thought it was photoshopped. After we wrapped up for the day, the supervisor left to check another site. Me and the other guy, Rob, we stayed behind to finish stacking the equipment. Just the two of us. Real quiet out there. Barely any wind. You could hear everything. And we did. A thump. Low and heavy, like a log falling, but more deliberate. Not a tree falling or a rock slide, just one solid thud. Rob looked at me and said, "Did you hear that?" We both stood there listening. Another minute passed. Then we heard it again. Thump. And again, but farther off. It didn't sound close, but it felt big, like you could feel it in your chest. The part that still messes with me. We never heard birds again after that. Not a single one, just silence and those distant low thuds. Maybe 3 or 4 total, but nothing. We packed up fast after that. I thought that maybe it was a blasting somewhere nearby, but no one had permits for anything in the area. I checked later. No reports. That night, while I was looking at the footprint photo again, I noticed something I hadn't before. Up on the ridge, way in the back of the frame, there's a line of trees, and in between 2 of them, just barely visible, is a dark shape. Could be a rock, could be a shadow. But it was huge, like those footprints. I've worked in these woods for years. I know bear prints, moose, cougar, you name it. Never seen anything remotely like those before, or since. This is a strange one, so bear with me. The first time it happened, I thought I was just tired. It was nearly midnight, and I was walking my dog Murphy, who insists on a 3rd bathroom break before bed, like he's got a contract with nature. Our neighborhood is quiet. You hear the hum of streetlights and insects over traffic, that's for sure. It was one of those heavy, still nights, humid, no wind. The only real movement was the occasional flicker of a moth. We were coming up on the old Johnson place. They'd moved out maybe 6 months ago. Foreclosure, I think. House was still empty. Grass high enough to lose a toddler in. And right there at the edge of the yard stood their old black mailbox, leaning slightly. The little red flag broke off long ago. Then a giggle. Just a tiny one. Childlike. Like the start of a laugh before someone remembers they're supposed to be quiet. It came from the direction of the mailbox. Murphy froze, his ears perked. I figured maybe a kid was hiding in the bushes or someone left a Bluetooth speaker out. But then it came again, longer this time. Not a giggle, but a weird, breathy laugh. Almost conversational. Like 2 people whisper laughing together during a boring meeting. I stood there, just staring at the damn mailbox. It was the only thing there. There was no movement anywhere, but the laughter kept going in short bursts. Every time I stepped closer, it went quiet, and every time I backed up, it would start again. I pulled out my phone and hit record. I wasn't even scared at this point, just annoyed that a mailbox might be gaslighting me. I walked slowly towards it, keeping the camera trained dead center. The laughter stopped. Nothing moved, not a sound, not even a cricket. Murphy whined and pulled towards home. I took the hint. When I got back, I watched the footage. There I was, walking up to the mailbox, pausing, clearly reacting to something. My face was a mix of curiosity and concern, but the audio, silent. Nothing. Not even ambient noise, just dead air. The next night I waited. Walked Murphy at the exact same time. We took the same route. When we reached the mailbox, I stopped. And this time, I saw something small, maybe the size of a squirrel, but too upright and too quick, slipped out of the open slot and darted across the grass. It moved like it had knees. I swear I saw tiny arms. It paused at the tree line and then zipped further away before I could even think of pulling my phone out. I stood there, stunned. It was too small to be a person, too smooth to be an animal. I couldn't explain it. And worse, I couldn't prove it. So I did what anyone else would do. I called my big sister. The next night she came over. I explained the whole thing. Giggles, shadows, squirrel-sized goblins. And I could tell she didn't quite buy it. Still, she humored me. We walked Murphy together, stopped in front of the mailbox. Nothing. I felt ridiculous. We waited a solid 10 minutes, walked in a circle, came back. No laughter, no movement. I think you need sleep, she said. Or iron. Frustrated, I gave up. She walked on ahead to the end of the block while I scooped after Murphy. A minute later, she came jogging back. Okay, I heard it, she said, winded. Right after I passed it. Like, right after. It laughed. We rushed back. She opened the mailbox. Empty. But she did look pale. You believe me now? She nodded slowly. Yeah, it was like someone laughing inside the mailbox. My sister says she won't go near the thing anymore. And honestly, I don't really blame her. Me, I'm a little more whimsical than her, and I'm a little less scared knowing that she heard it too. I've left little offerings, crackers, shiny things. They disappear sometimes. Other times they're just gone and replaced by nothing but that familiar, distant snickering. I still hear it sometimes. I still walk Murphy past it, always on the opposite side of the street now. Sometimes I see that little blur dart in and out. I've never caught it on camera, never seen it clearly in the light. But I know it's definitely real. The creepiest part, it doesn't feel evil, it just feels amused. Like it's in on some joke and everyone else is the punchline. A few years ago, I was hiking in the woods in northern New Hampshire when I ran across what looked like an abandoned house. I love finding places just like this to explore, so obviously I was very curious about the house's contents. There was a pathway to the house made of stones that had been covered with weeds and various other vegetation. The house was surrounded by overgrown grass and tree limbs that had fallen, making it difficult to get to the porch. The front porch was small and made up of bricks that had a layer of moss grown all over it. It was obvious that no one had been there in many years. The front door was intact and locked from the inside. I didn't see any broken windows that I could fit through, and the windows on the front of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust or dirt. I couldn't see inside. I checked to see if the windows would open, but I suppose the wood had warped and swelled, so none of them would open. I gave up on getting inside the house and settled for walking around the backside of the house to explore the grounds around instead. When I made my way to the backside, I found a window that was a bit less dirty, and I was able to peek inside. I couldn't see much. What I did see was an area rug and what looked like a small table beside the window. I decided to try the back door, on the off chance that it would be open, and I could find out exactly what was going on with this mysterious house. Lo and behold, the back door was unlocked, but when I gave it a slight push, I could feel the frame was loose and weak. It didn't take much force to push it open. What I saw once inside completely took my breath away. I was standing in a kitchen, complete with dirty dishes in the sink. A drain board with old cups and glasses turned upside down from being washed but covered in a thick layer of dust now. There was a small kitchen table with drinking glasses on it and a newspaper that dated back to June of 1959. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, and there was a tall pantry that contained various jars of preserves of fruits and veggies that had obviously been canned by hand. Everything was covered in dust. I continued to walk through the house and found each room I entered to be completely furnished and covered in dust or dirt. There were spider webs throughout the entire home, as well as signs of rodent activity. There was a dresser, the drawers filled with clothes that had been chewed and nested in by what I assume were mice. In the closet hung more clothes. They'd begun to deteriorate and had holes from insects. Upon further inspection of a child's dress I found, it seemed that the clothes were also handmade. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which was obviously a room for children with 2 twin beds that were perfectly made up. The bedding was in poor condition, but it seemed to have been hand-stitched. Same thing in the other room, only it contained just 1 larger bed rather than 2. The cabinet in the bathroom had few toiletries, a straight-edge razor, as well as towels. They were neatly folded, but had now become a nest for small animals. At this point, I was pretty creeped out. I began feeling as if I was being watched. I decided it was time to leave this strange house that appeared to be stuck in time. As I walked through the short hallway that led me back into the living room, I decided to see what kind of pictures were hanging on the walls. I wiped some of the dust off of the pictures hanging near the doorway of what appeared to be the parents' bedroom. I discovered it was a photo of a wedding. The photo was very faded and appeared to have some type of mildew growing behind the glass. I decided to take a moment, check out a few more pictures in the frames. Most were of scenery or various still subjects. I found another photo hanging in the living room near the front door. This one was of the entire family. It was in even worse condition than the previous photos, but you could clearly make out a man, a woman holding what appeared to be a small infant, and 2 children sitting on the floor at their feet. I found this very odd, as I hadn't seen any signs of an infant anywhere in the home. I don't know what could have possibly become of this family that lived in the house. Did they leave for work and school and never made it home? Did they decide to take off and leave all their worldly possessions behind? Why? What happened to the infant in the family? To this day, I have so many questions that I know I'll never have the answers to. I stumbled upon a home that day, not a house. That was a family's home that they lived in, experienced life in, and mysteriously disappeared from. I've never been back and never intend to. Just thinking about the place creeps me out. It was as if the family had no clue that they'd never return to their home the day that they just walked out the door, and it was apparent that no one had come looking for them. So there you have it. I found a family's home hidden in the deep woods of northern New Hampshire. There's a certain window of time right after you wake up, but before you're fully awake, where everything feels a little off, like the world has somehow shifted and it's waiting for you to notice. That's the only way I can describe what happened this night in the garage apartment. It was a temporary place, just a few months while I transitioned between jobs. Small, nothing fancy, tucked above a detached garage behind a quiet house that I found on Craigslist. The rent was cheap, probably too cheap, but I liked that it was separate from the main house, and the landlord seemed normal enough. We barely spoke, and I liked it that way. One night I came home exhausted, laid down without even turning on the lights. I remember thinking that I'd just rest my eyes for a bit before showering. Next thing I knew, I was waking up in that in-between space, aware of the room, but not quite part of it yet. It wasn't dark. The streetlight outside threw just enough of a glow through the curtain to outline the furniture in soft, grainy shadows. But I was seeing more than just grainy shadows of furniture. I saw figures, unmoving at first, all completely black, like the absence of light carved into the shape of people. It wasn't hazy or transparent like you'd imagine a ghost. These were solid. And then they moved. Not toward me and not reaching to me at all. They just started doing things. One was crouched near a mini fridge, opening and closing it gently, like checking what was inside. Another was wiping down what appeared to be countertops, slow and methodical. And a third one just stood at the closet, folding something carefully. They weren't performing. It wasn't a haunting display meant to scare me. It looked like a quiet, domestic moment, frozen in time, and now slowly playing back. Familiar in every way except for the fact that none of it should have been happening. I should have felt afraid, I guess, but what I felt was disoriented, like I'd stumbled into someone else's day by mistake. Then the one folding the blanket tilted its head slightly, almost like it heard something, and looked in my direction. Not directly at me, but close, I assume. Just enough to pull me fully awake. I blinked. The room was empty. Nothing disturbed or moved, just silence in that dim yellow light seeping through the curtain. I never saw them again. I never felt watched or anything like people say, but I still think about that moment, how ordinary it all was, how it looked, and how it just felt like I'd brushed up against another version of this place, one that didn't know I was there. I just got back from house sitting for a friend near Mount Hood, Oregon, and I haven't slept much since. She and her husband recently moved into a cabin up there. It's a quiet place built back in the 40s with way too many additions over the years. It's surrounded by dense pine, no close neighbors, and it always smelled a little like moss and smoke. They were headed to British Columbia for a wedding and asked if I could stay a few nights to watch their dog. I said sure. Free food, mountain air, and a break from city noise. Easy, yes. Their dog, Bean, he's an old mutt who mostly sleeps and occasionally whines to go out. I spent my first night reading on the porch and watching the trees sway. But on the third night, something got weird. I was brushing my teeth when I noticed the bathroom mirror. This old, cracked thing bolted to the wall. It had fogged unevenly, like something had leaned into it from the other side. There was this vague shape of a forehead, the bridge of a nose, and a hint of lips. I figured it was just my own breath at first, but when I wiped it down, the shape didn't line up with where I'd been standing. And then Bean started growling from the hallway, low, constant. I called out to her, but she wouldn't come near the bathroom door. She just stood there, tail down, growling. I turned off the light and went to bed. The next morning, the mirror was clean, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me. I tried to write it off as mountain paranoia, too many horror books and too much silence. I for sure needed to get a grip. Later that day, I was on the phone with my friend to check in. I casually mentioned the mirror, mostly as a joke, but she went quiet. And then she said, "Crap, I meant to take that thing down before we left." Apparently, the mirror came with the house, and from the moment they moved in, weird things had been happening in that bathroom. Cold drafts, lights flickering, Bean refusing to go in. Her husband swore that he saw someone standing behind him once, but when he turned, there was no one there. They were planning to take it down and toss it after their trip. She sounded genuinely upset that it had still been there. That night, I couldn't stop looking at the thing. I don't know what I was expecting, but around 2 a.m. I got up to use the bathroom, and I found the mirror fogged again, this time without me even being in the room yet. There was no doubt a shape there, only this time it was clearer, sharper. I stepped in slowly and stood in front of it. For a second, I saw nothing, and then I blinked, and something blinked back at me, but it wasn't me. Its eyes were white, not glowing, just not okay, empty. It looked almost human, but there was something off about the proportions. Skin too tight, neck too long, lips like it had been stitched closed, and then pulled apart again. It wasn't mimicking me. It wasn't even trying to scare me. It was just there. I ran. I slept in my car with the dog for the rest of the night. I haven't actually been back to my friend's house since they got home, though she texted me later to say they'd gotten rid of the mirror, smashed it, buried it in pieces in the woods. She didn't ask what I saw. I think she already knew. I'm glad it's gone, but I still can't really bring myself to go back there. I used to live alone for almost 20 years in an old farmhouse that was built in the 1900s. I was the third person to own the house. I knew it was haunted. I would see dark things move in the house. I could tell it was a male. I figured it was the original owner who built the house, as the second owner was still alive. The ghost wasn't scary or anything, but you knew he was always there. I kinda made a deal with him, told him he could stay in the den and the rest of the house was mine. This arrangement worked for almost 20 years, until I got remarried. My new husband never believed that it was haunted, always made up an excuse for all the strange occurrences. One day, my husband was in the bathroom, getting dressed. He was mad at me, yelling about something. When he started to leave the bathroom, still yelling, the door slammed hard in his face, and the house kinda shook. He came into the living room with absolutely no color in his face and was really kind of shook up. We've since sold the house, but my husband still talks about what happened. Now, he believes in ghosts. I spent a week backpacking alone in the Grand Tetons last year. It was the day of my 20th birthday when I was about halfway through the trail, which means that I was at the furthest point into the backcountry, miles from civilization. That day, I hiked farther into the day than normal to cover as much distance as I could. This was a mistake, because when I reached the designated permit campsites area, most of them were already taken. I continued on the trail before I reached something that kind of resembled a campsite. It was a small dirt area under a tree that sat adjacent to a tiny stream. I was uneasy about the spot, but it was getting too dark to find another one. I set up my tent and fell asleep alone in my small 2-person tent right as the sun went down. A couple of hours later, I woke up to the sound of a twig snapping. I thought it was a squirrel or a marmot, so in a sleepy daze I hit the side of the tent to scare it off. And then there was a sound like something hit back. It frightened me, but I decided that it must have been a branch or something that had fallen from a tree. I was still exhausted at that point, and I went back to sleep. Not long after, I was woken up by more twigs breaking, but this time they were noticeably steps, and loud ones at that. I knew I was in bear country, but it was pitch black and I had the rain cover on, so I couldn't see anything. I hoped it was a deer and that it would just wander off, and the sounds did stop for a while. About 30 minutes later, the same cracking sounds of twigs on the ground, and they were moving in the other direction. That's when it stopped and sniffed my tent. It had thunderous breaths, and there was no doubt in my mind now that it was a bear. I had nowhere to run, and all I had to defend myself was a pocket knife and a can of bear spray. So I stayed up the rest of the night, wide awake with both of my hands ready to defend myself. It stayed around my tent for 5 terrifying hours, infrequently walking, sniffing, and at one point, scratching at my tent. It wasn't until the sun came up and the sounds stopped that I had the courage to bolt out of my tent to get as far away as I could. When I looked back, there was no sign of a bear, but when I finally returned to my campsite, there were massive paw prints in the dirt surrounding it. It was the most terrifying night of my life. My mom doesn't like driving on the highway, so when I was a teenager, we'd take the back way when visiting my grandparents. There was one town that we'd always pass through that gave us the creeps. It was really small. No grocery store, no gas station. Just some houses, a church, a community center, all surrounded by woods. A lot of main roads went near it, but not through it. It was the kind of place that people didn't really pass through. We never saw anyone on the street. Occasionally, you'd see a shadowy figure peeking out from a porch, but that was it. There was a huge park with a nice-looking playground that we never saw a single child at. If vampires were real, this is definitely where they'd live. Once me and my mom decided to drive down a side street in this town just to see what was there. We came across a car repair shop, which was weird because we never saw any cars. As soon as we approached, this guy came out. His face was not the shape of a normal human face. It was kind of lumpy. Obviously, some people have facial deformities. Nothing scary about that, but there was something so unsettling about this guy. He stormed out and then just stopped and stared at us with the angriest look I'd ever seen. It didn't help that this was the only human we'd seen outside in a town we'd driven through dozens of times. We quickly noped out of there, never explored that side of the woods again. One day when I was 15, I came back from school like any other normal day. I live in Sofia, so McDonald's was the easiest and greatest of lunches, so I brought some lunch home and sat to watch a show called Ghost Hunters. Since I was in the 3rd grade, I gained an interest in the paranormal. I think it was because I wanted to believe there was life after death and so on. Only what I was about to experience was definitely a surprise. While I was watching, I heard footsteps. I knew that my mom and my dad were at work, and of course the neighbors were as well. There was virtually no one that was going to come unattended. There were no such people in my life. Of course, I went and checked the door, and there was no one there. So I decided to turn back to my room. Just as I was about to sit back down on my bed, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A shadowy hand, almost a demonic one. It was coming from the wall next to my bed, trying to grab me. I just jumped. My heart was racing. Even now, remembering this, I still feel uneasy. When my parents came home, I told them the story, but no one believed me. They said that I was watching too many ghost stories. It's a fair analysis, but it hurt my feelings. Nonetheless, everything was normal for a couple of days when some dark news was delivered to our family. My granddad on my mom's side had died. I was devastated, but I started to think, was it some sort of premonition that I had? Is that what a person sees before death of a relative happens? Was it actually a ghost? Was it some sort of manifestation of my sadness or the sadness of the spirit? The two could be completely unrelated as well, but it doesn't really change the fact that it happened, and I can't seem to forget it. Neighborhood Watch, April 3rd. Notice. There was a prowler spotted looking into windows on 84th Street. He's believed to be involved in a string of break-ins. Witnesses who saw the man began honking. The attention scared him away. Sunglasses, blue surgical gloves on his hands, brown hair, approximately 6 feet tall. Remember to lock your doors and please keep an eye out for this individual. Call the police if you see him. Comment 1, April 6th. I saw him walking down Kellogg Avenue yesterday. Just saw this post. Didn't know he was up to no good. Comment 2, April 7th. Could have been the same guy I saw up on Madison. Jean jacket, tall, short brown hair, walking awfully slow around the cars parked on the street. Got a weird feeling about him right away. Comment 3, April 9th. This man broke into my house last night after my daughter and I got home from the store. We're still pretty shaken up about the whole thing. It was the scariest situation I've ever been in. We got inside, my arms filled with bags. My daughter Maddie is using my cell phone to talk to her dad and walks into her room. I shut the door behind me with my foot and walked to our kitchen to set the groceries down. It's about 20 feet away, but before having a chance to even unbind myself from the heavy bags, I hear the front door behind me open and close again. Thinking my daughter had forgotten something in the car, I didn't instantly turn around, responding to what I heard. Nobody had been home yet today, and most of the lights in the house were still off. I'd just turned on one of those in the kitchen when I finally turned around. This man was standing just inside the door, completely still. The kitchen's glow barely reached to where he was standing, but clearly what I was looking at was not my daughter. I dropped the remaining groceries that were in my arms, and I scrambled to the closest thing that I could find to protect me, which was a steak knife in the sink. I start screaming at him with obscenities and threats that I'll refrain from quoting here, but Maddie heard them. She came running from her room and saw me pointing a long knife at someone in the dark. I told her to call the police on Mommy's phone, and thankfully I'd taught her how to do that in case of an emergency when she was 3. My eyes never left the man. I tell her to hang up with Dad and call the police now. That's when the man took a step forward. I matched his step with my knife still fully outstretched. He was weighing his options, and to my relief, he decided to turn and run away. The police showed up less than 6 minutes later, but by that point he was gone. They couldn't find him. Mountain Dew saved me a pretty traumatic memory that my cousin wasn't lucky enough to avoid. When I was around 8 to 10 years old, I'd spend a few weekends out of the summer at my Uncle Tony's. My cousin Christopher and I were around the same age, and Tony would take us fishing the morning after I arrived. I always really looked forward to this weekend, and it wouldn't be uncommon for me to already be awake as Tony came downstairs to make us breakfast before leaving. To wake us up fast, he gave us Mountain Dew at the crack of dawn. It would get us all jazzed up on caffeine. I especially like Mountain Dew, so it's safe to say I had a bit more than I probably should have. The lake we fished at was a little over an hour away. At the halfway point, there's this rest area we stop at for coffee and cookies. Tony's made it a tradition, and this time I'm extra eager because the Mountain Dew I'd consumed had filled my bladder to emergency status. When we pulled into the rest stop parking lot, Tony and I got out to use the facilities. Christopher stayed in the truck playing his Sega Game Gear. He had his headphones plugged into the aux cable and was completely immersed in whatever he was playing. He's using a portable car charger that's plugged into the cigarette lighter. Tony leaves the car running for him so as not to kill the Game Gear's charge. We were going to be quick. I was already running for the bathrooms. Tony, probably being more concerned about creeps in the bathroom than creeps in the parking lot, takes off in a light jog behind me. In our defense, we were fast. The truck was physically out of sight for a maximum 3 minutes. was also a large wooden rowboat strapped to the back of it. Uncle Tony and I are walking back from the bathrooms. The parking lots are directly in front of us, but we're headed towards the Coffee and Cookies, which is diagonal to where we parked. But the view of the parking lot begins to open up as we head towards it. That's when Uncle Tony stops and says, "Where's the fucking truck?" In the time it took from us to get from the bathrooms to back, someone had stolen Tony's truck, boat, and literal firstborn child. It was in the blink of an eye. The truck had already made it onto the freeway. Tony ran to the woman at the coffee counter, asking if she'd seen anything, but she couldn't help us. We used a payphone to dial 911. I stand next to Tony as he frantically tells the operator what's happened. Meanwhile, in the truck, it's not until the truck is actually merging onto the interstate that Christopher looks up and realizes it wasn't us in the truck. He takes his headphones out and asks the man what he's doing. The guy smells like garbage. He looks in the rearview mirror back at Christopher, surprised and angered at what he sees in the back seat. He then pulls a knife from inside of his coat pocket. He holds it back to Christopher, demanding that he crawl into the front seat with him. Christopher said his eyes looked like large rodent eyes. The truck would be dangerously swerving, and his eyes would dart back from him to the road, and then back to him again when he gained control. Christopher doesn't comply, so the man starts yelling, telling him to take off his clothes. He's basically telling Christopher that he's going to sexually assault him all the way up the I-90. While he's telling Christopher this crazy stuff, he's unbuttoning his pants and trying to pull them down with his hand while using his knees to steer. The next time the truck swerved into an adjacent lane, it sideswiped a small car. The car goes left into the guardrail. The truck jerks right in an attempt to correct, but it's going too fast and begins to jackknife before it all flips. Christopher's thrown from the truck as it begins to turn over. His body sent through the open passenger window into the grass of the median. The truck flipped from under, so he was launched straight down instead of up and out like a catapult. Which I think is the best case scenario, given the options. Bystanders wouldn't let the driver leave, so police were able to arrest him. Meanwhile, back at the rest stop, a trooper takes me and Uncle Tony to see Christopher at the hospital. He would have both of his legs broken in the accident. He'd have to spend the rest of that summer and most of that fall trying to get strength back in his legs to walk again. Still, even now, he says that accident was definitely him dodging a bullet, and had they not crashed, he'd be worse off than he is now. Amon is my grandmother's name. She immigrated to the United States from Mozambique during their civil war. She was a teenager when she made the move. I'm a third-generation U.S. citizen. My culture is my pride, but my culture is mixed with the American lifestyle, as my children will inherit and embrace the American culture more than I do. It's inevitable, and for better or for worse, I think. When Grandma Amon babysat, she used to entertain me by telling me stories of when she was a girl living back in Pemba. Most of her stories were to emphasize how good we have it in America from what she had growing up. But there was a story she told me only once, swearing on everything holy that it was real. Pemba is a coastal city on the peninsula, and all of the residents living near the water know a secret they keep to themselves. They don't share it in fear of the repercussions that it could have on the community. Grandma Amon knows firsthand how real these legends were. In her town, reports of missing locals were only made known from people talking to one another. Fishermen, even some that didn't go too far from shore, their boats would be found floating adrift, empty. Decomposing fish would still be in their nets on the floor from the day's catch. Other fishermen would find these boats, guide them back into port. Usually by the fishing gear, families could recognize who was gone. Everyone knew what had happened to the unlucky crew. The children thought that what the adults told them were tales to keep them home safe. It was talked about in a way of the Agawi. They resemble America's Bigfoot. Amon's mother forbade her from playing by the water at night, and she would tell Amon stories of her encounters with these monsters. But as Amon's future daughter would to her, she ignored her mother's warnings. She knew about the dangerous animals that lived around her. Venomous snakes and crocodiles were a constant threat that she grew up learning to predict and avoid. When Amon is a teenager, she falls in love with a boy who is about to go off to the war. In an act of romance, he blindfolds Amon and guides her down a rocky path to the edge of a dock where a rowboat with flowers, chocolate, and an oil lantern are sitting with a bottle of wine the boy had stolen for their occasion. He'd picked a quiet part of the water, away from the reptiles that nested along the long shoreline and the rocks. The boy stables the boat and helps Amon step in. Then, knee to knee, the boy turns the oars, pushing them forward and backward until they're far enough from land not to be spotted, but still close enough to see the dock. The water was calm in the inlet, and the stars shone bright in the sky. They were enjoying their time together, but before the bottle of wine could be popped, they felt the side of the boat get bumped. Both of them hushed down and huddled together in the boat. The bump that they felt vibrate through the old wooden boat wasn't heavy like a crocodile's curious push on the bow. The bump was better said as 2 knocks, then 2 more. The boy attempts to show courage for Amon. He grabs the lantern and slowly, both of them lean their heads over the edge of the boat, with their light source extended over the water. The boy leaned out further with the lantern. It didn't illuminate much of the darkness around them, and even less of the water, but it was enough for them to check for disturbances in the waves. There were no fins, no large ripples parting the water. Wherever the boy moved the light, the water below him was calm. Amon is also following the lit areas with her eyes, but something tells her to look straight down. Just under the surface of the water, closest to the boat, pressed against the side of the boat looking up at her, are 2 pairs of eyes that reflected the lantern's light, like small white crystal balls in the water. They quickly retreated as the lantern grew closer. But in that brief moment that their eyes met, Amon gasped and pulled the boy back into the boat, just as one of the creatures ascended towards them. There was a big splash that sent water spraying into the boat. Not only did it drench the 2 teenagers, but it extinguished the lantern, as well as spilling it over, leaking oil all over the boat. The moon was their only source of light now. The boy scrambled for one of the oars to use as a weapon. They sat close together in the dark and listened to the creature swim around the boat. Neither of them knew exactly what it was. Did they just see one big creature with 4 glowing eyes, or 2 separate creatures? Soon, the water got quiet again. Amon and the boy whisper about what they should do next, hoping whatever was messing with their boat had gotten bored and moved on. They decided to put the oars back into the water and attempt to make it back to the docks. As both of them move back to their seats, the knocking starts again from under the boat. This time, it's a consistent pounding coming from multiple parts of the boat. The boy begins to furiously row against the waves, leaning into each pull with all of his might, trying to get their little boat to move faster. With a violent jerk, one of the oars is torn from the boy's hand. He's almost pulled overboard with it, but manages to let go just before losing his balance. With only 1 oar left to work with, he begins switching from left to right, trying to keep the boat straight, but moving much slower than before. There's nothing Amon can do besides watch the boy as he exhausts himself, fighting the waves. She can feel her feet start sliding forward, and realizes that the weight's being shifted to the back of the boat, and the side that she's on is now slowly lifting out of the water. Then it dropped back into the water with a big splash. If Amon's hands had slipped off the seat that she was holding onto, she would have been sent overboard when the boat was released. The boy gets tossed onto the floor of the boat, hitting his head. He chose to hold on to the oar instead of bracing. For a moment, he's knocked completely unconscious, lying at Amon's feet. She leans down to check on him, but the eruption of more water makes her look back up into the back of the boat. Water was cascading in all directions as two human-like arms reach up and into the boat. They were covered in black scales that glistened in the light of the moon. The hands were long and webbed like bat wings. The creature slowly began pulling itself up, climbing over the stern of the boat, or at least attempting to. Its likeness to a human was only by the shape of its upper body. Its features were vastly different. The long waves atop of its head resembled the legs of jellyfish. Its crystal ball eyes were large and very far apart on the creature's face. The front structure of their face, it pushed out like a boomerang, and their mouth opened to reveal rows of sharp teeth. As the monster attempted to pull itself into the boat further, its lower half was exposed, resembling that of an eel. Its eyes and teeth were clearly visible against the night sky, and Amon watched as its hands gripped onto the wooden bench across from her. She then watched the creature look down at the boy. The mouth opened wide, its grin from each side of its face. And then the jaw moved further and further down, widening to grotesque proportions. Out of a panic, Amon screams at the creature, but its attention stays looking down at the boy. The creature attempts to grip the boat further, only its horrific webbed hands seem to be struggling. Amon watches the creature's hands slip from the boat with each grasp, but the boy still passed out. Amon takes the opportunity to grab the second oar. Then, from one end of the boat, she swats at the lantern on the floor, attempting to spread the oil even further, hoping to make it too slippery. The creature uses one of its hands to grab the oar, and that's when Amon realizes that she has to let go of it. But suddenly, she's in control. The oar is released, sending Amon backward onto the boy, where she managed to keep hold of the oar. The water is suddenly loud and filled with a familiar thrashing. Looking out into the water, Amon can see that the creature is now struggling. Something even larger has its grip on the creature, and just before it's dragged under the water, there's an ear-splitting screech, some more thrashing, and then silence. The original threat, the ultimate predator of these very waters, the one that Amon had been taught to fear, had surely just saved her life. Never, in her wildest dreams, did she ever think she'd be so overjoyed to see a giant crocodile. Still absolutely horrified by whatever had just tried to make them their next meal, but deeply grateful to the giant. Shortly after, the boy regained consciousness, but was completely unaware of what had just happened. Amon didn't want to explain, for fear the boy wouldn't believe her, but also, she was in hysterics by then. So, the boy gently grabbed the oar from her and furiously began paddling back towards the dock. Aside from a giant knot on the boy's head, he was otherwise unscathed. Still, Amon couldn't believe the chances. She couldn't believe the whole thing had just in fact happened to her. One moment she was sure her date was about to die, be killed by something unthinkable, and now, on their way safely to shore. My grandmother didn't touch those waters again. She learned a hard lesson, and she urged her own children down the road not to make the same mistakes. Though some of them would, they wouldn't pay the same consequences. My uncle did lose his toe at some point in his youth to a Goliath tigerfish, so there were lessons being learned. I love my culture, I really do, but I don't understand the allure to tempt dangerous waters, especially at night, and maybe it's because I've never had to. But I'm just happy with a swimming hole, a saltwater pool on a sunny day. Possibly my grandma's lessons did in fact work on me. There's something deep inside of me that tells me to stay away from open waters, especially at night. And luckily, it would appear my daughter shares the same fears. I've been wanting to share my experiences while working at a nursing home several years ago. I'd been employed at that place for several years, but up until my last few weeks working there, I had never believed in anything paranormal. Even working in the nursing field in general, I'd never experienced anything I couldn't explain. The scares that I'd had up to that point were real-life ones. I always liked scary movies, sure, but I wouldn't consider myself a believer by any means. But after my work at the facility, I started to question everything a little bit. I remember the first time I felt something, it was an evening shift, a Tuesday evening. I remember that because it was my earliest shift of the week, and it would end up being a pretty eventful week. My shift had just begun, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. It could have been the gloomy, rainy weather. It could have been the various patients that were ill. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I felt the need to enter a resident's room. As I entered Miss Baker's room, I noticed a flickering light. Of course, it was casting an eerie shadow on the wall, which that was hard to ignore. But the temperature, it also seemed to have plummeted. Had Mrs. Baker noticed that as well? I heard what I thought was her faint whisper echo through the room. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice seemed desperate, maybe pleading. Perhaps Miss Baker had felt the cold. I turned to grab her some blankets and adjusted the light near her bed. I apologized for the temperature, told her I'd figure out a way to turn the heat up. But she was confused. She hadn't been cold. She felt a breeze now and then, but she was perfectly comfortable. Not entirely satisfied, I asked if she needed anything or if she'd said something I might have missed. She assured me she was fine, ready for bed, in fact. I tried to dismiss the whispers as my imagination, but that uneasy feeling managed to persist regardless. Over the next few nights, the activity, if you will, escalated. These small but strange occurrences became a nightly routine, some nights coming home to a sleepless night, and filled with stress and anxiety, even though I didn't know why. Doors at the facility seemed to creak open and shut on their own, specifically near Miss Baker's room. I didn't like the lights flickering, especially because it seemed like they were flickering wherever I was, or while I was walking under them. Maintenance said they'd check it out, and I even saw a couple of bulbs being changed. Over the next few nights, though, the lights continued to flicker, and only a few nurses seemed to notice them, always when they were around me or nurses around Miss Baker's room. There was more than just the lights to worry about. The sounds of footsteps echoing in the hallways, even if I was the only one there. They were different from standard footsteps that I'd hear down the halls. These felt distant yet close. Arguably, the most upsetting part were the whispers. Those seemed to follow me wherever I went that week, growing a bit louder, more frequent with each night. They were unintelligible, practically gibberish, but I could sense that they were filled with some sort of pain. It was as if something since past were desperately trying to communicate with anything living, and anything being me. I confided in my coworker and friend, SARA, finally, hoping that she'd have some rational explanation. To my surprise, she nodded rather curiously and shared her own experiences with the paranormal. Apparently, she'd experienced similar phenomena, but in the basement while doing laundry. There were flickering lights accompanied by whispers, dismissing them at first, but eventually deciding she wasn't imagining these things. But like me, she wasn't sure what to do. We both kind of felt terrified, but admitted that it felt good not to be alone. Though we were unsure of what exactly was happening, or how to stop it from happening to us. What I found most intriguing about my interaction with SARA was that the events she'd experienced were all during the same week. She'd only been there a year, but still, just like me, she'd never experienced anything before. Not like this. She even agreed things seemed to be intensifying each night. So, in search of answers, we delved into the history of the nursing home. Nothing terribly interesting there, though. Since being built in 1945, it had been a city hall building, a library. But since 1989, it had been the nursing home that it is today. Well, it was in 2017. Not sure if it still actually stands. Regardless, our online search yielded no answers. One night, we cautiously explored the basement. It's where SARA had most of her experiences. While there, we stumbled upon a hidden room of sorts. It almost looked like a floor-length window, but it instead opened to a very small room filled with several filing cabinets. Inside, we discovered old medical records, newspaper clippings, photographs. We expected to uncover some sort of dark past or truth, but for the most part, it looked like archived items that couldn't be stored elsewhere due to space. However, we'd spent our lunch down there, and there were a few records that stood out to us. Ones where residents or patients reported feeling like they couldn't breathe, that something was keeping them awake at night. Some described feeling agonizing pain while sleeping, causing them to wake up and feel as though something heavy was holding them down. It wasn't just one or two. We found records with these reports dating all the way back from 89 to 99. We figured that there had to be more, but realized they stopped there, and the remaining records were likely stored securely upstairs. Armed with some strange newfound knowledge, we decided that to confront this so-called spirit head-on would be reckless. So, we acknowledged the sufferings described in the patient's charts, but decided that maybe it was best to leave it alone. After all, our residents all seemed to be fine. No one complained about such things. Best not to rock the boat, we agreed. Over the next few days, the paranormal activity continued, but it gradually subsided after that week. I still don't really know why. It's not like we could totally ignore it. But I remember I kept a close eye on Miss Baker. She continued to be fine and unbothered, though, which was good. The whispers grew fainter. Our electricity seemed to repair itself, or someone may have actually repaired that. I'm not really sure. SARA and I continued to talk about the events for as long as I can remember. I stopped working there in 2017, but I still talk to her regularly. I told her I was going to share this story, and she said she couldn't wait to hear it be retold. She was always a tad braver than I was when it came to this whole thing. I still can't fully comprehend the events that unfolded there, but I guess it's safe to say I believe in ghosts. The kids of the 90s were a special bunch. We were right at the cusp of when everything became banned and rules in schools changed. I'm not in any way saying that this is a bad thing. I remember my kindergarten teacher smoking on field trips. I also had the opportunity to grow up in a very small town. The kind of town that just felt smaller after leaving. A true stereotypical town where every teacher gives the athletes a bunch of extra credit work, the same extra credit work, so that they can keep turning it in over and over. to legitimize their passing grade in the class. I was kind of a bully, sad to say, and I know I hurt a lot of feelings. I did say stereotypical, right? Well, since high school, I've grown from my bully ways, and I understand why I was the way I was. I'm a spiritually better person since moving away from my small town, but some of the shit that we used to get away with was wild. Though this story isn't exactly something we got away with, at least not me. This incident actually got a lot of people in trouble. Should have been way more trouble than what actually occurred, but I digress. Here we go. Some crazy shit I saw in high school back in the 90s. Our school had 2 floors. Floor 1 had a gym, commons, library. It also held the 9th and 10th grade classrooms. Upstairs held the 11th and 12th grade classrooms. These floors are connected by a handicap elevator that one exceptionally unhealthy teacher used, along with a tall set of wide concrete steps. It's technically 2 flights of steps to get to the 2nd floor. It's a tall climb that I would make multiple times every day. The 2nd floor is basically a long hallway, with classrooms and lockers on either side. At the end of the hallway is a glass exit door, and the other end is a large open space that overlooks the 1st floor commons area. Homecoming night. I'm part of the homecoming royalty. The night of our home game, we're supposed to walk out on the field during halftime, where they reveal the king and the queen. They're crowned, then we have to run off the muddy field in our nice suits and dresses, while the visiting team begins to run out onto the field and begin to warm up for the 2nd part of the game. I wasn't voted queen, but my best friend Nikki was, and that means our group's party still got the royal treatment on dance night. 6 coupons for Red Lobster, and a limo to take us from there to the dance. Trust me, for the time, this was epic. Our inflated sense of selves arrived at the dance, thinking we were movie stars or something, hopping out of the only stretch limousine the town had ever seen. The dance was at our school gym, so looking back, it makes me laugh how epic we thought all of this was. Well, that's the innocent stuff. Most of the night we were able to hang out behind the scenes in the commons area. It wouldn't be until later that we'd be walked on stage and do some grand gesture. Another thing we inflated into oblivion. Egos were at full capacity that night. But before all of that, before the grand royal entrance, all of us were hanging out unsupervised in our designated back area. Some of the boys were throwing a football up and down the 2nd floor balcony. Every so often we'd peek out at the crowd and laugh at all of the other kids having a good time. You know, because mean. In reality, they were actually doing what they wanted to, whereas I got to see 2 meatheads throw a football at each other. When I heard Spice Girls come on, Nikki and I joked, pretending to know and lip-sync all of the lyrics and dance moves from the music video. Then in runs a freshman that's also on the football team, but not on homecoming court. He was sent to tell us all that we need to be ready on floor 1 in 10 minutes. He announces to the group, and the homecoming king, a slightly not sober one, I might add, looks over the banister and tells the kid to come upstairs. The kid does so, running up the tall flights of stairs to reach His Majesty. When he gets to the top, he walks over to where Nate's standing. Then Nate points a finger in the kid's direction, and he says, "Freshmen, do a dance for our enjoyment." He starts moving around along with the beat of the music through the wall. After a minute, Nate tells him to stop and face the people below. The freshman turns and looks down to us lounging in the 1st floor commons. We all jokingly boo the kid. Then Nate comes up behind the kid and grabs him off of his feet, holding him like a baby, and then lifting him over the railing of the balcony. Below, we all think it's the funniest thing ever. None of our combined teen brains could predict whatever could possibly happen. Then, my stomach dropped when the kid's awkward laughing changed to screams for Nate to stop and begging him to be set back down. As Nate holds the struggling freshman over the railing, he calls out to the crowd, asks if the kid's dance moves appeased us. There's a mixture of laughter and thumbs down being thrown in their direction. He tells the freshman, "Well, you heard him." Then he acts like he's going to toss the kid off. This joking jiggle makes the kid squirm so fierce he actually managed to push himself from Nate's arms while he was still suspended in the air. Nate drops the freshman, and all of us watch in shock as he drops. His legs hit the trophy case, and he spun like a helicopter landing on the ground with a loud smack bounce. The freshman's arm stiffened out in front of him, then he went limp on the ground. By now, I was in a full-blown panic. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't believe we'd just seen that. My first thought was to grab an adult, but as I see Nikki already en route, I decided to see if the kid was okay. Nate stays upstairs, looking down at what he'd just done. He keeps saying, "I didn't mean to drop him. It was an accident," over and over again. The kid was conscious, but I told him not to move. I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, but it's the only thing I'd ever seen any medical professional tell someone to do after a fall. Minutes after the kid's fall, teachers and chaperones are swarming the area, telling all of the kids to leave. There's an ambulance parked outside the gymnasium, and medics are running through the dance, bringing the rest of the evening's festivities to a halt. Literally, the least cool thing anyone could do, and we did it. We have to tell the medics and the principal what happened, and that night, police arrest Nate. He's out by the next day, and that Saturday morning, police were now at my door, taking me in for questioning. If the kid died, they had a murder case on their hands, and they were looking to wrap it up quickly. Homecoming King Nate told the police that I coerced him into putting the freshman in that predicament, giving the thumbs down and telling Nate, and I quote, "Drop him backwards." This obviously wasn't true. The other kids they interviewed also had stories in line with mine. But Nate was our big football star. He had a game the next week and scholarships to any college he wanted. The staff couldn't very well let him go out like this. When a few of the faculty that were chaperoning the dance were interviewed, it was mentioned that I was a troublemaker and a bully. Nate had been manipulated into fulfilling my orders to drop the child for my sadistic enjoyment. It was absolutely fucked what they pulled on me. Nate was able to walk away from this with his reputation squeaky clean. The kid survived, and it was all ruled an accident in the final report. But I was thrown to the wolves so that freshman's parents wouldn't go after the school any further. They wanted blood for their child, and I was chosen for the chopping block. I wasn't allowed to attend my graduation, and with bullying and hazing on my records, the few colleges I had wanted to attend all turned down my letters of interest I'd written in hopes they'd overlook those red-inked words. One college, last on my list, and probably last on a bunch of lists. They let me in, but the sororities saw me as a risky pledge, and I had to live in a dorm the year and a half I attended. Here I am in my 40s, and still a bit bitter about Nate, but I do have a bit of knowledge that allowed me to accept the balance of the world and move on. Plus, I got myself a whole new group of friends, a whole new outlook on life after this whole thing happened. I was determined to be nothing like I was, and to make sure the company I keep reflects my own values, and so on. That's what growing up is about. It's just that hopefully you learn it without seriously injuring another human. Also, I'm not proud this makes me smile because I'm not a sociopath, but Nate's sophomore year of college, he blew out his knee in the first game of the season. Did it change my situation? Not in any way. Did it change Nate's? Yeah. And somehow, some way, my injustice was righted. Hakuna Matata, but only after revenge. I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nonnie and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or 2 throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the 2 of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different. A welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room, but something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be, everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling, and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder. Feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there, just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself and intentionally slept in the living room that night after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped-up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly, I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice, because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing, but I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow, and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face. But I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still. But I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it. I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice. But it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy, it was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first, except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible. So much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. When I was young, I was a die-hard believer that professional wrestling was real. My obsession even got me into trouble with my classmates and recess teachers. For my birthday one summer, my uncle got me a bunch of hand-me-downs, classic WWF and WCW t-shirts. I wore those on rotation until the school year started, and my mom said I could only wear a select few, and not every day. When I did wear one, though, it didn't get the same reception I'd envisioned when choosing my attire for the first day of school. The t-shirt I'd decided on was a red one that featured Hulk Hogan. On the front of the shirt was a classic screen print of him in his ring attire, ripping his tank top in his iconic pose. I thought it was a solid choice, and I proudly strutted into my classroom to find my desk. But my heart sank a little when I saw that I was sitting in a group with a boy that was extra nasty to me named Zane. Nobody was really nice to me, but he couldn't hold back. When he got a chance, he had to get a laugh at someone else's expense. And as I walked to the table, he saw an opportunity and took it without hesitation. Standing up, Zane points at me and says, "Ew, Ryan's got a naked guy on his t-shirt." The class begins to laugh and become a mob digressed from maturity. I'm like, "Are you serious? You don't know Hulk Hogan?" Then, over the laughter of the room, one of his friends asks if Hulk Hogan is a porno guy. That's when the class lost it, and I quietly sat down in my chair, fighting back tears in my eyes. When the bell rang at the first recess, I found myself alone outside again. Our playground has a large fenced-in grassy field attached to it. Past the fence is a thick tree line. I walked all the way to the back corner of the field, and I sat with my back against the chain-link fence. Finally, able to cry without someone seeing me. But even there, after a few minutes of sobbing into my hands, I felt a finger poke the back of my shoulder. I ignored it at first. I almost didn't believe I was touched because of how secluded I was in the overgrown grass. But then a voice follows after the touch. A woman's voice softly asks me, "Are you all right?" My heart starts racing and I quickly spin around, thinking one of the kids has caught me. But instead, I turn to see no one there. I swivel my head back and forth, then look as far into the tree line as I can. But there's nobody in sight. I got a weird, spooked feeling, but it wasn't strong enough for me to leave before the bell. I actually start making the patch of field my recess hideaway, opting to bring books out with me to make the time go by faster. Fast forward to the day before winter break. During our last recess of the day, I'm reading a Garfield book that I checked out from the library. Temperatures were near freezing. My choice not to be active during recess meant that I had to bundle up extra to stay warm. huddled up on the fence. I heard sticks breaking from behind me. Footsteps were approaching from the tree line. My snow coat had a big, thick hood that narrowed my line of vision, so I had to fully turn myself around if I wanted to see who was coming towards me. Out from the forest, an old man wearing a thin gray button-up and blue jeans walked towards me, smiling. For some reason, I didn't feel the urge to escape this potential kidnapper. He was holding a border collie in his arms. The big dog looked like it would be heavy, but the old man carried it with ease as he came near. He stopped a few feet back from the fence and said, "Hello." I said, "Hello." The sun reflected off his thick, black-rimmed glasses, and I couldn't see his eyes. As he spoke, I noticed a gold cap over one of his front teeth. He had a full head of white hair, almost like Albert Einstein wild. The dog sat quietly in his arms like a statue, only turning its head to examine me. The old man then asked me to deliver a message to Miss Colby. Miss Colby was one of the kindergarten teachers. I said, "Okay." The man says, "Tell Miss Colby that I have her dog," and he winked. With one of his arms, he grabbed one of the dog's paws and waves it at me, then smiles. The gold cap on his tooth shines in the sun, and the bell rings. There's a long distance for me to cover before I get to the actual school building. As I ran, every so often I'd turn around and the old man would still be at the fence, smiling at me. When I got into the building and before going to my classroom, I went to make a quick stop at Miss Colby's to deliver the message. But when I walked into her room, I was greeted by a substitute. Miss Colby had started an early winter vacation, and I would have to wait 2 weeks before I saw her again. After the new year, we were all back in school, and I hadn't forgotten about the message I was to deliver to Miss Colby. As soon as I find her, I explain as best as I could my experience and the message. I wasn't sure if I'd done a good job or a bad job at first, because Miss Colby started crying. Through tears, but also a smile, she tells me thank you, and I ask her who they were. Who was the man, and was that her dog? She told me that her dog had died the Wednesday before vacation, which is why she started her break early. He was a border collie named Rocky. She said that the man I described, gold tooth and all, sounded a whole lot like her Uncle Dean. He'd passed away 2 weeks before Thanksgiving that same year. Apparently, he and Rocky were real big fans of each other. I continued going to that spot during recess, and other strange things did happen there, but the woman asking if I was all right, and of course, Miss Colby's visitors, those were by far the most impactful things I experienced there. I live in Miami, Florida. When I was in 5th grade, my best friend's family, though absurdly wealthy, loved picking mangoes from other people's houses. For one, they just flat out liked mangoes, and 2, it gave their 3 boys somewhere to alleviate their need to break the rules every once in a while. Sometime during the school year, my best friend and his family introduced this fun little crime to me and decided to take me on a few of their mango heists. I'll admit it was really fun. The parents would wait in the car, and the 4 of us boys, all aged 7 to 12, would hop someone's fence and pick up all the fallen mangoes. Then head back to the car with a stash of 10 or so. Now there's a place called Homestead, around an hour from where we lived. I forgot the reason, but one day, my best friend's mom told us that Homestead was going to be the site of the next heist, and to be ready because there we could find the good mangoes. We head out, my best friend and I, 10, and his older brother, 12, with the mom driving. After what felt like forever, my friend's mom pulls up alongside this property with 4 vertical rows of trees stretching from the front gate down to the front of this house. So the mom parks up. We 3 boys hop out and jump the front fence. It was almost like a miniature forest within the property. with at least 40 to 50 mango trees, all lined up in rows in front of the house. My friend and his brother were working the right side, moving their way towards the house, picking up and plucking mangoes from this person's yard. I, on the other hand, worked the left side. But I decided to start at the trees near the front of the house and then work my way back. Mind you, one of the reasons my friend's mom chose this property was because there were no signs of life anywhere. I should also note our attire. We 3 boys were wearing all black, with masks made out of old t-shirts wrapped around the lower halves of our faces. We thought at 10 or 12 that we looked really cool, and the outfit really matched the whole mango robbing energy. As I'm picking up the mangoes next to the house, farthest from the fence, I see some of the blinds from the house in the back move. I was a fast kid, so the thought of the owner coming out and chasing really didn't bother me, so I just continued grabbing mangoes. All of a sudden, the front door of this old rinky-dinky shack busts open, and guess who's standing in the doorway? Yep, the owner, who was a short, heavy-set older man who looked like you could smell the cigarettes that he'd been smoking from a mile away. Well, dude takes one look out on the property and first sees my 2 friends near the middle of the trees on the right, then pans his head directly to me, standing maybe 30 yards from where he stood. All of us were dressed in our bad intentions apparel. I froze, not sure if I was about to be scolded. But this guy wasn't in the mood to talk. Instead, as he stood in the doorway, he reached somewhere behind the door and came back with what looked to be a double-barrel shotgun. Time started moving really slow as I pieced together in my tiny brain what was about to happen. The man raised his rifle, pointed it directly at me, leaned in to take aim, and fired. And let me tell you something, especially all of the young guys out there, the ones that think they're invincible, that no one can beat them up or hurt them, etc. When a bullet flies right past you, in this case, impacted a tree behind me, maybe a foot over my head, all that bullshit about wanting to be some superhero or saving the world by facing unimaginable forces of evil, it goes right out the fucking window. It was at that moment I realized I was about to sacrifice my life for a couple of mangoes. Quite frankly, I'm still surprised I didn't literally shit my pants. Well, after that first shot hit, the gears in my head started to turn, and I could only think of 2 things. 1, I had to drop the mangoes. 2, I had to make a fucking run for it. I immediately dumped the mangoes and hightailed it back towards the property. Thankfully, my friend and his brother saw the man pull out his gun and got a head start back to the car. This one little event in my life just might have been my greatest display of athleticism so far, in that I couldn't even feel my feet touching the ground as I ran, since I was moving that fast, and on top of that, the front fence that we initially climbed over was maybe around 6 feet tall. Getting into the property was a bit of a pain, but getting out, I can tell you my body didn't even touch that fence. I flew over that shit, and I jumped through the window of my friend's mom's car that she'd already started to roll down. I made it in, and we got out of there. As soon as I was in the back seat, she took off down the road, and back to Miami we went. She was going absolutely crazy, telling each of us that we should have been faster, more careful, yada, yada, yada. As scary as it was, and I mean, I was pretty much shaking the whole ride back. It was pretty exhilarating. I could finally say that I'd survived a near-death experience. Unfortunately, though, before I was dropped off, my friend's mom made us all promise that we would never speak about it with anyone again. It had to stay between us. What happens in Homestead stays in Homestead, she said. So much for that. Last year, my boss was out of town, and his wife, Janie, needed help with her food bank deliveries, so I was elected to accompany her. I didn't mind. She was an older woman, just over 5 feet tall and skinny as they come. I didn't want her to have to carry all those boxes by herself. We finished the deliveries without issue, and I offered to help with the grocery shopping while she had me. Afterwards, she stopped at the bank and needed to go inside. I waited in the car, and it was starting to take a while, so I leaned my seat back and dozed off. When I woke up, she was already pulling out of her parking space. We shared some small talk along the way, but then Janie's demeanor suddenly became very serious, and she said that an old white Ford was following us. At first, I thought she was joking or being paranoid, but the way she looked at me, it gave me chills. She may be small, but she's scarier than a grizzly wrapped in hornets. She had been watching the truck ever since leaving the bank, and we'd taken quite a few turns since then. But there's a dozen places they could be trying to reach going that way. We live in a fairly small town. It wasn't unreasonable to think that they were passing through, but Janie was sure. I wasn't too worried until they followed us onto her road. She lives 30 minutes outside of town. Lots of people go past the road, but only a few people live on it. And it wasn't one of her neighbors. Her driveway is over a mile long, so most people mistake it for another turnoff, the white truck included. Once they followed us down the drive, Janie retrieved a gun from her center console and stopped just past the first curve, forcing our stalkers to stop right behind us. The only thing she said to me was, "Call the police and don't get out of the car." I could see the two men now. They both looked like a couple of drug addicts, and their truck had definitely seen a few accidents. The pair argued between themselves for a moment before stepping out and calling over to us. The driver asked if we needed any help as he continued to move closer, but the passenger stayed close to the truck. The last thing the driver said was something about being in a hurry and needing to get by. That's when Janie stepped out and pointed her gun at him. While I continued updating the operator, she informed the men that they were in her driveway and that the road we turned off of was a dead end. The driver went stone-faced and stopped speaking while the passenger begged Janie not to shoot them. She turned her attention to the other man and ordered him to come stand next to his friend, away from their truck. In that brief moment of distraction, the driver rushed forward in an attempt to overpower Janie, and she shot him in the stomach. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and absolutely nothing like the movies. I'll hear that man scream to my dying day. The passenger didn't move, just got on his knees and held his hands up high while he apologized. He claimed that he'd wanted no part of his friend's actions, had begged him to turn back. I didn't super believe him, but hey, maybe it was true. The operator took my call much more seriously after the gunshot and screaming. The driver laid crying and bleeding on the ground until help arrived. He survived, but with all the warrants he had before this incident, he had 12 years in prison after this. His friend had less serious possession charges and spent very little time in jail. We weren't the first ones the driver had followed home. Over the weeks before, 2 other women were followed from the bank and robbed as they tried to enter their homes. The man parked just out of sight and ran back to ambush his victims once the door was unlocked. Both women had suffered broken bones in the struggle, and one was still in the hospital when we were followed. The passenger told the police the other man wouldn't have followed Janie if they had seen me in the car, but I had my seat back when we left the bank. Too bad for them, I guess. But that, my friends, is why you never mess with little old ladies in Texas. They'll shoot your ass. If that had happened to just me, I probably would have been robbed. I'm much more aware of my surroundings now. In the early 70s, my dad traveled for work a lot, and he'd sometimes take me with him during the summer. I was about 13 when we went on a week-long road trip. It was a great time until we stopped at a country diner on the way back. Dad Dad stopped there all the time. The little hole-in-the-wall places were always his favorite, and he was particularly excited for me to try this one. The lunch rush had just ended when we arrived, so there was only 2 or 3 other customers inside. Then, a skinny man with greasy black hair came walking up off of the highway. Lots of people hitchhiked back then, but this place was even more secluded than most. There was hardly anything at all for hours in each direction. My dad's demeanor changed right away. He said guys like that would come into places and put people on the spot for a ride. After all his time on the road, he considered everyone a threat. My mom would call him overprotective on a good day and too paranoid on others. It didn't help that he believed anyone with long hair was on drugs, but in this case, he happened to be right. As the man got closer, we could see that he was twitching and talking to himself. Before he came in, he walked behind each car, and Dad said he was probably checking for out-of-state tags. Drifters like to find out where you were headed first, so they could say they were going in the same direction. I was taught from an early age to never tell someone my destination before they revealed their own. The diner was in Arkansas, and we lived in Missouri, so our plates likely interested him the most. There was another man dressed like a cowboy eating alone on the other side of the room, and Dad figured the cowboy would seem like the most likely owner, since I was there too. He said that we were going to wait for them to start talking and then sneak out fast. I thought he was being ridiculous, but we'd been having a good time, and I didn't want to ruin it. The drifter came in and went straight to the cowboy, just as my dad had predicted. But there wasn't much of a conversation. Before the drifter could open his mouth, the cowboy essentially told him to screw off in a very aggressive way. A screaming match began, and before we could move, the drifter pulled out a gun and shot the cowboy in the head. If he had known to talk to my dad first, he would have been the one to die. Before anyone could react, the drifter turned to us and demanded our keys. I'd seen my dad treat drifters just like the cowboy had all the time, and they might bark and growl, but none of them had ever pulled a gun on him. I thought that we were both going to die right there, but my dad didn't show a hint of aggression. I'd never seen him so calm before or since that moment, but he kept his eyes on the table and calmly handed the drifter his keys. He told him which vehicle was ours, and he said it had a full tank of gas and $500 in the glove compartment. That wasn't true, but he wanted the man to feel happy, and he was confident the drifter wouldn't come back once he made it to the car. I guess we'll never know if he was right. The drifter hesitated at our table, like he was deciding what to do. Then there was another loud bang, and our table was suddenly covered in blood and gore. For a terrifying moment, I thought he shot my dad, but my eyes were glued to the table in a frozen state of shock until I was pulled away from it. I was so panicked that I thought it was the drifter, and I tried to fight back, but my dad's voice finally got through, and I realized he was the one who had pulled me away. It was the drifter who had been shot. The owner had a rifle behind the counter, and thankfully took matters into his own hands. We probably would both be dead if he hadn't. It was over an hour before the police arrived, and they took our statements. We later learned the drifter was wanted for several armed robberies in multiple states, and the cowboy hadn't been his first murder victim. Dad canceled his last appointment, and we drove straight home from there, but we never told Mom what happened. Neither of us wanted to put her through that. Hands down, the scariest day of my life. I'm old now, so most of my early memories have faded, but that one always feels like it's brand new. Just 1 year ago, I was on the computer at 11 p.m. while sitting at a desk beside a window. Mind you, I live in a ground floor apartment, so I'm used to seeing people walk by, but nothing like this. I had my headphones in, listening to music, when I hear some sort of unrecognizable background noise. I take off one headphone, then the other. The noise is then clearly coming from the window. almost a scratching noise. I was scared shitless at this point. The noise began growing louder. I finally grew the balls to get up and walk over to the window. I had to move the slat in order to see what was making the noise. I moved the slat ever so slowly, and I see a man, face to face in the window. I was horrified. A burglar, serial killer, stalker. To make it worse, he looked so angry that I had noticed him. Oh, hell fucking no. Fuck. I think I said this out loud. I quickly flipped the blinds back, stand frozen in my room for 5 minutes. By this time, the noise came back. I quickly turned on the lights in my room, and I flipped the blinds over again to see the man running away. I then take the time to plan out what I'm going to do next, when all of a sudden I hear knocking on my neighbor's door, followed by a scream. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. I take a bag and a jacket, and I run into the hallway and out the side door, going to my friend's place for the night. When I get there, we call 911. They say they've already had a report for that address. I came back the next morning to find out that the man in the window had knocked on my neighbor's door, probably thinking it was mine. He punched my neighbor in the face, ran into his kitchen to grab a knife. Luckily, his friends were over at the time, and they tackled the man, holding him captive until the police could arrive. Had it been me, a teenage girl who was home alone, I don't think the story would have ended so happily. I don't think I'll ever forget how lucky I am. Before my grandmother died in 2022, I asked her if I could publish her stories. Not only did she give me permission, but she gave me her journals where she documented a lot of her most interesting experiences. She'd worked at a couple of haunted locations, so much so that I believe my grandmother was sensitive. She never said that, but her experiences aren't ones that I think just everyone has. Don't get me wrong, I've always wanted to experience something paranormal like this. I do believe in this stuff. Like, I know I'd be scared, but the curiosity outweighs the fear. Either way, the story about my grandmother's time working at St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington, is one of my favorite stories of hers, so I'm just going to share it in her words instead of trying to rewrite it myself. Oh, also, some things have changed since she initially wrote this. You can actually visit this place. It's been converted into a historical museum. I've not personally been there since I live in Utah, and I have yet to make my way to Washington, but I wanted to throw that out there. Thanks for sharing. The Sisters of Providence. The second hospital I ever worked with, St. Ignatius, was the most active. It wasn't a traditional busyness. The patient population had been diminishing for years. Part of my job was collecting that sort of data, and it was clear St. Ignatius was not a busy hospital, not anymore. Instead, the activity I felt, it was spiritual, residual. By the time they closed as St. Ignatius in 1964, the same year I gave birth to my daughter, Michelle, it was mainly due to a lack of patients there. It was simply too expensive to maintain. But in its heyday, the hospital served as one of the most important healthcare systems in the entire region. I was looking forward to the work I had to do there. I knew the hospital had a lot of history, but the first time I walked in there, I realized just how much of it lived inside those walls still. I could feel it. The air was heavy with the scent of antiseptic, but there was something else lingering there. Something most consider inexplicable. But I had felt the feeling before. Holy Trinity in Palouse, Nani's house in Clarkston. The hospital was haunted. That's when I learned about the Sisters of Providence. Several framed photos throughout the hospital, little statements underneath some of them, plaques sharing the same sentiment. The Sisters of Providence were instrumental in the establishment of St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington. They recognized the need for medical care in the area and took the initiative to create the hospital. An incredible statement, though it only tells part of the story. Before I learned everything, I knew enough to know that the presence was likely that of the sisters. As I made my way through mostly vacant hallways, I wasn't frightened, though I did feel slight unease at their quickly vanishing apparitions. These became more frequent the more times I visited and the longer I stayed there. Sure, they meant no harm, but it's something to get used to, undoubtedly. I had the opportunity to venture deeper into the heart of the hospital. Though it was now just mainly archives and a collection of unused spaces, that's where I was given a small workplace to go about my business without encroaching on valuable space necessary to the medical staff. The air was a bit more stale in those places. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and though it was cold, those weren't the response to a change in weather. It was as if whatever had been with me throughout the mainstay hospital had followed me there, too. The sound of distant, steady footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. I knew they weren't the result of anything evil or in despair. There was warmth there, a sense of guardianship. As I delved deeper over the next few hours, I discovered the past. These items in literature weren't the ones out in the open for everyone to find. Instead, tucked away in the unused corridors of the hospital. Old filing cabinets and boxes filled with more photographs, tattered journals, prayer manuals, and other forgotten relics that actually revealed the stories of the nuns. More than just their devotion to their faith, but also how instrumental and connected to that place they were. These sisters, these nuns, were actively involved in the planning and fundraising, as many of the plaques implied. But I found it especially noteworthy that they had participated in the actual construction of the hospital, which opened its doors in 1893. They even continued to manage and provide the healthcare services at St. Ignatius Hospital for many years, ensuring that the community had access to good quality medical care. Many of the sisters spent their final days inside St. Ignatius. It was their home. To this day, I cannot forget that hospital, the sisters that wander its halls. It had a surprisingly profound impact on my life. Their presence serves as a constant reminder that spirits of the past can linger, seeking solace or understanding in the hearts of the living. And though their presence may be unsettling, the human spirit is so powerful, living and beyond. Excuse my intrusive thoughts for a moment. Please know I'm not thinking of offing myself, and I hope this question doesn't trigger anyone. But there's something I've been wondering about, and I can't really quiz my coworkers with an icebreaker like this. So, here goes. If you were to jump off a building, would you face forward or backward when you leapt? There's pros and cons for each direction, I think. Facing forward, you're given the chance to know exactly when your death will be, as the hustle and bustle of the city life continues. I'd imagine a joyous warmth would engulf the soul, reminiscent of Christmas morning as a child, when the wonders of Santa Claus still exist. Maybe, able to witness all that you'll leave behind. The men and women going to and from work with no purpose besides filling their pockets for a weekend distraction from reality. The imagery of your impact on the concrete will be seen by at least a few of them. The sudden carnage that lays before them is bound to be retained within their psyche. It may even be enough to change their purpose in life, ignite the inspiration they were missing. Maybe not. Who knows? Or you could jump backwards. You think you'd only indulge this option on a day with the clear skies in the forecast. Consider leaving early in the morning or late afternoon for the best chance of a picture-perfect sky to gaze into. It's superior in aesthetics compared to the dingy streets being the last image you'll see, but you won't know how long that image will be able to be cherished. Personally, I feel like it would force my attention on trying to soak it all in, instead of appreciating the last moment of my final artistic gesture. There's millions of actors all dancing to their own music on the world stage. Unfortunately, my husband Lisha was unintentionally in the audience during someone's final performance. I can say truthfully that the trauma he experienced by seeing it stuck with him years later, and clearly his retelling of the events haven't left me either. In 2018, Lisha is on a construction job in Lower Manhattan. He's one of the leads on this project and had to be the first one on site to unlock the gates surrounding the construction zone. On a typical morning in August, Lisha's just finished pulling the chains off the last fence at the yard. The last gate he's opening is across the street from the Deschutes Bank Center. Also attached to that same building is the Mandarin Oriental Hotel and some ultra-expensive luxury apartments. When Lisha gets the last lock, he slides the key back into his pocket while turning around. It was a clear summer morning, and as he looked up to really take in the morning sunrise, he also saw a man stepping off of the 55-story building, then falling over 750 feet. Lisha told me the man landed on the glass mark of the hotel with such force it sounded like a bomb had gone off. The impact would split the man's body in half, sending bloody pieces of him flying in multiple directions. Some even landed across the street into the construction site. Emergency vehicles shut down the whole block within a few minutes. Soon, Lisha was able to return home, after relocking all of the gates in a dazed shock. When he got home, he told me what happened. I saw the small spots of blood that freckled his yellow vest. When he first came in and told me, I thought that he was lying because of how nonchalantly he had retold before going to the shower. Pretty sure he was still in shock. That night, however, I'd woken up to Lisha thrashing in bed with night terrors, jolted awake by one of his kicks to see him punching his arms violently into the darkness, or screaming. He's asleep the whole time while acting this way too. Lisha's mom told me that he used to have a sleepwalking problem in high school, but nothing close to what he was doing now. I asked Lisha what he'd been seeing in his dreams, but he either wouldn't or couldn't talk about it. 3 days later, work would call him, telling him they'd been okayed to return to the site the next day. Lisha's speechless on the phone. Then he quickly ended the call and dropped his phone onto the hardwood floor of our dining room. He then sits on the floor, and for the first time since the incident, he cries. We sat on the floor together, and Lisha told me about his nightmares, about how that morning plays over and over and over. Every night he's either in his truck getting to work or already at the last gate, and every time he sees the man plummet through the glass canopy of the hotel, the body splits into two when it hits the road. Sometimes one of the parts or both would reanimate back to life, crawling towards Lisha, dragging whatever pieces were still attached to it at the side. It's really some dark shit that I don't need to keep going further with. There's just something so wildly insane about having your life changed forever in such a brutal way by someone that you've never even met. Anyway, take care everyone, and thanks for listening. In my mid-20s, I worked at a subacute rehab facility. Generally, these places exist to help those who are struggling after an accident or surgery, etc. Helps regain their mobility and quality of life with the help of physical therapy and around-the-clock nursing care. I worked in the dementia unit. These patients were long-term, and most ended up living out the rest of their lives there. Although it was called the dementia unit, our patients were comprised of those suffering from permanent or long-term brain-related conditions. These included dementia, Alzheimer's, comas, strokes, traumatic brain injuries, and brain tumors. These are the experiences I had while working there. 1. A disembodied hand. I had just clocked in for the evening and I received a report from the day shift nurse. I was standing at the end of the hallway with my back against the wall reviewing the notes that I'd taken from the previous nurse. Whilst reading over my slip of paper, I felt what could only be described as a hand dragging its fingers horizontally across my abdomen. I jerked back and looked around, but I was completely alone. 2. The Call Light Symphony. Although I don't have a particular story about the call lights, it was a normal occurrence to have call lights in empty rooms triggered. Even in rooms where the wires attached to the call button were unplugged from the wall, some nights the nurses would be forced to respond to several phantom calls for empty rooms. 3. The Empty Room Ghost. At the very end of one of our halls contained a habitually empty room. The heat/air conditioning unit was broken, so patients were never placed there. The nurses and aides would use that room for privacy during personal phone calls, to poop in peace, or whatever else required some seclusion. One evening, I headed into that room's bathroom to touch up my makeup and fix my hair. I left the door slightly ajar while going about my business. I was putting my hair up in a bun when the bathroom door slammed shut behind me. Mid-heart attack, I spun around and jerked the door back open. The room was empty. The time it would have taken a human to exit the room would have been longer than what it took me to open the bathroom door. I'd also like to note that there was no furniture in the room, nothing a human could have hid behind. I'm convinced it wasn't a living person who slammed that door. 4. The Last Farewell. One patient we had residing in the long-term unit was a middle-aged woman with severe Down syndrome. She was mostly nonverbal, save for a couple of words she would utter randomly. She was very sweet and always had a smile on her face. It was my turn to help her eat dinner the night this story takes place. She didn't have the motor skills to eat properly, so I spoon-fed her while we caught up on some cartoons on her TV set. But this particular night, she acted completely out of character. I didn't notice at first because I was engrossed in the show we were watching. I failed to notice her attempts to get my attention. She finally resorted to using grunts to call me away from the TV screen. When I did finally notice, she seemed overjoyed with something. Her mouth was stretched into a wide grin, and she was pointing at an empty, dark corner in the back of her room. I could clearly see the corner, but nothing else. I looked back and forth between her and the corner, but I couldn't understand what she was trying to communicate. She was pointing, giggling, and waving at apparently nothing in the corner. I tried asking her what she was trying to show me. Simple yes or no questions that she could nod and shake her head to. I became uneasy with her actions because I knew she was seeing something I could not. After I finished up feeding her, I walked back out into the hallway and was immediately approached by a fellow nurse. My stomach sank, and I felt queasy while she told me that the next-door neighbor of the woman I was just feeding had passed away during dinner time. 5. The Window Watcher. Not my story, this was told to me by a fellow nurse. My friend, let's call her Mary. She worked the night shift at the same rehab as I did, but this story takes place years before I was hired there. Mary was close to one of her patients, and she went out of her way to make her feel special. The patient was an elderly woman with no living family and was chronically lonely. Let's call the patient Emily. When Mary bonded with Emily, it became a habit of Emily's to wait by her room's window, which faced the employee parking lot. So when she saw Mary walking up to the building, she could wave. This became a special occasion for Emily, and the two would wave to one another before and after Mary's shift while she traveled to and from the employee parking lot. Then Emily fell ill and was unable to get out of bed for a while. Every time Mary pulled up for work, she would check to see if Emily was waiting by the window. When she didn't see her, She would know walking in that Emily was sick. This went on for a few weeks. Mary would pull into the parking lot, hoping to see her sweet patient up and out of bed, waiting patiently to wave at her. But then one day, Mary showed up at work and saw Emily standing at her window, peering out over the employee parking lot. Mary was thrilled and hopped out of her car and gave Emily a gleeful wave. But Emily stood motionless, didn't react to Mary's exuberant greeting. Puzzled, Mary headed into the building only to quickly find out Emily passed away earlier that day. I hope you enjoyed these stories as much as I enjoyed sharing them. The other night I was in bed. I know I wasn't entirely asleep because I could hear the sounds of the house, and I was technically meditating. So my eyes were closed. I felt relaxed, focused on my breathing. I found myself suddenly opening my eyes. I'd been on my way to sleep, but now I was totally alert, my senses heightened for seemingly no reason. I felt a subtle movement at my legs, but that didn't immediately alert me since it's my dog's favorite place to sleep. I was wide awake now and sitting upright, and I witnessed a shadowy figure gracefully rise from the comfort of the end of my bed and silently walk away, making its way towards the exit of my room. With my dog nestled at the foot of my bed, I usually feel a sense of peace that envelops the room when I see this sight. This particular night, that familiar calm was accompanied by the shadow that emerged from where my dog lay. The feeling wasn't replaced by a negative one, but this time it was as if the very essence of the room had also taken form and manifested as this mysterious silhouette. I guess all this to say that the whole experience was really positive. Sure, at first it felt a bit eerie, and I didn't understand why I was awake, but the calmness was the same. There was still tranquility, and my current dog wasn't bothered by the experience at all. I couldn't help but wonder what the shadow's presence was as I laid there in bed. Was it something more than just peaceful? Was it familiar? Recently, I'd lost my grandma, and the night that I'd had this experience, I'd just celebrated 4 months clean and sober, which doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but it's the longest I've done in a long time, and I intend to take it one day at a time. Maybe it goes without saying for anyone who's done any sort of recovery work, but I've been doing a lot of praying, hoping that alcohol will never find its place in my life again. During this process, somehow I've felt that lately meditation, or at least just taking time to be mindful and express gratitude, even if it's just silently, I believe that we become attuned to even the subtlest energies that surround us, even those of our dearly departed. I have to wonder, was the shadow the spirit of my grandma, visiting from the realm beyond to offer solace and encouragement? Or perhaps it was the manifestation of another being altogether, drawn to the energy of transformation that's hopefully permeating my space. Regardless, the shadow left an impression on me as I laid there, contemplating the significance of the encounter. I sort of felt a renewed purpose in my recovery. I truly hope to have similar experiences again in life, but I'm so curious how many others have had similar experiences to mine. I worked in intensive care for 12 years, and I saw some strange things. One night, we had 4 patients in a row lose very important lines. These are things like central lines for IVs, breathing tubes, feeding tubes, etc. No one was in the room with the patients at the time that this was happening. Our desks were designed so that we were between 2 patient rooms. We could see both rooms from one desk. The patients were sedated on the vent. The first had a central line that pulled out. We managed that, stabilized the patient, and then the next patient pulled out their breathing tube. Then a feeding tube. The next was another breathing tube. There was no reason for it, and we tried to figure it out. More often, some patients would see a little boy in red pajamas come to their door or into their rooms. Whenever they reported seeing the boy, that patient would die soon afterwards. I only had one patient that saw him. She had a stroke. We were doing comfort care only. I was working the night shift. Throughout the night, she had periods of being afraid, so I'd hold her hand and we would talk, the best she could, and this would calm her down. During one such talk, she said, "Watch out for Bruce." Bruce is my dad's name. This woman didn't know me, did not know my dad, and I'd made no mention of him while taking care of her. I said, "Who's Bruce?" Thinking maybe it was someone close to her. She laughed and said, "You know who he is. You look just like him." I had chills all over. I do look like my dad, just like him. She said, "Watch out for him. Make sure he doesn't fall. Just watch out for him." And then she drifted off to sleep. A little while after that, she saw the little boy dressed in red. She asked who he was, why we had children in the unit. I told her we didn't. It was an adult ICU. I asked her to describe him. She said, "I guess he's about 2 or so, blonde, wearing red pajamas. He comes to the door and just stares at me. He doesn't come inside." She died later that day, on day shift. We had superstitions about certain things, such as if a patient was dying, tie a knot in the bedsheet and the patient would last through your shift. Or if a patient was dying and it seemed to be unusually prolonged, open the doors or windows and give their spirits somewhere to go. Some patients would hold on until a date had passed so that they wouldn't die on an anniversary or birthday or other important date. Occasionally, we'd have a room where several patients in a row would die. So we started asking the chaplain to cleanse the room after 3 deaths. That would almost always end the cycle. The worst thing that I saw was a very mean old woman. She was in our unit for a couple of days. She was truly awful. She would say mean things to the staff. She cursed at everyone. She got physical. She didn't have any family or friends that came to visit her. One night, she had a cardiac arrest, and we put her on the vent. She was awake on the vent, and she was terrified. She was looking up, not seeing anything in this world, and she was shaking her head. No, very emphatically. She was holding her arms up as if to protect herself. She looked like she was trying to scream, but of course, she couldn't make any sound because of the breathing tube. We tried to calm her down, to sedate her, but nothing worked. She had another cardiac arrest and died. After her death, we contacted her sons. It was then that we learned why no one visited. She had abused her sons their entire lives. Both had cut off contact with her. Whether you believe in hell or not, it sure seemed she was going somewhere she didn't want to. Back in the 90s, when I was married, my wife and I experimented with Ouija boards and other things for a while, which I don't recommend. I think the lure of curiosity can lead to trouble. Weird occurrences can both terrify and stimulate more curiosity. Once during this period, my then wife was on the couch watching TV in the living room one evening. There was light from the kitchen and a hallway by the front door, and from the TV. The living room was dimly lit. I stood near a set of bookshelves where the TV was, by the short hallway that led to the front door. I noticed a shadow near my wife on the wall behind the couch. It moved slowly along the wall, just behind her and towards the window. I asked her if she saw it too, and she said that she did. We both watched as it moved steadily along the wall, past the window, and down along behind the couch, and then beyond that, into a dark corner. It then moved over the wooden bookshelves, and I could hear some subtle cracks and pops in the wood of the shelves as it passed over them. It went directly past where I stood and around the corner in the hallway. The hall light flared brighter as it passed. Then it moved to the closed front door and seemed to be gone. Realistically, I don't believe that there's any explaining it away. Nothing was moving by a light source to cause it, and it moved independently. Many years ago, my mom was working as a mental health nurse at an institution. She had a patient that was usually very lovely, and so one-to-one care was fine. One day, my mom took the patient for a bath. The phone rang on the ward. It was my gran. The nurse answered the phone and spoke to my gran, who told her that she had to talk to my mom. Now, when the ward nurse asked why, she said, "I don't know why I need to talk to her, but I really need to talk to her. Please go and get her." After a while of back and forth, the nurse gave in and went to get my mom to talk to my gran. When she entered the washroom, she saw the patient holding my mom's head under the water. It took 3 members of staff to get this woman off my mom. If my gran hadn't gotten the weird feeling that she had to speak to my mom immediately, my mom probably would have died. So, trust your gut. Since a young age, I've had experiences with the paranormal. Most of them disturbing, but some have honestly been neutral or even peaceful. This specific instance is by far my most unpleasant personal experience with the paranormal, and it takes place when I was about 19. I'm 35 now. I slept with a nightlight in my room that cast just enough dim light to see vaguely in the otherwise dark room. It brought me comfort and honestly still does to this day. I slept alone in my bed in the middle of the room. It was probably around 1 or 2 a.m. if I had to guess, when I was abruptly startled awake for a reason I was initially unsure of. Was it a sound? A presence? I couldn't tell. Everything was hazy. As I came to, I slowly looked to the left side of my bed and saw a male figure standing silently over me. It was repulsive. Patches of stringy hair on its head, pale, rotting flesh peeling off of its face, big, cold black voids for eyes and sunken deep sockets, decaying and jagged teeth, and a look of utmost malice and hatred on its face that filled me with absolute terror. Suddenly, it reached out, and with both hands, began to strangle me, pushing me deep into the bed. I remember feeling its cold, dead hands wrapped around my neck. I remember gasping for air that I couldn't take in, writhing beneath its horrifically strong grip. I felt helplessness and fear as I had never felt before. I could feel tears streaming down my cheeks as I thrashed on the bed. What was likely seconds felt like minutes dragging on. I could feel myself becoming dizzy, my vision going blurry, and just as suddenly, it was gone. I felt the grip around my neck disappear, along with the figure itself. I went limp, body contorted into an unnatural position on my bed, and began sobbing. I stayed awake all night, shaking uncontrollably. I was horrified that it would come back for me. I thought initially that maybe I'd had a sleep paralysis episode, but that doesn't add up. I was moving the whole time, fully conscious, and not even remotely paralyzed. I try to find an explanation for it and just can't. Was it a spirit? A demon? Some other entity? Whatever it was, I hope I never experience it again. 16 years later, and I can still imagine those black, dead eyes glaring hatefully at me in the soft glow of the nightlight. It still sends shivers down my spine. This may not seem like a big deal to some of you, but as a parent, this was pretty horrifying to me. It was around 1 a.m. when I woke up to a loud bang that shook my walls. My husband was still asleep, but my 8-year-old daughter rushed into our bedroom just as I was getting to my feet. She was crying because her shelves had fallen over, and that was enough to scare me. They were heavy and mounted to the wall above her bed. I couldn't imagine how they would have fallen. That was my greatest fear when she wanted them over her bed, so they were extra secure. Not that I would tell her this, but they were installed with the assumption that she might try to climb on them. I followed her to the hallway to see an intensely bright light spilling out from her room, and started feeling like I was in the Twilight Zone. It reminded me of when people talk about UFOs and see a blinding light outside. I really didn't know what to think. We live in a tiny neighborhood in a tiny town. I mean, nothing happens here. When I got into her room, it was practically daylight thanks to the light spilling through her window. The shelves and the items that they held were scattered all over her bed and floor. I couldn't even get to her window, so I ran to the front door, and I saw a big truck crashed right into the side of my house, right on the other side of where my daughter's bed lay. The speed limit in our neighborhood is 25, and we live right at the bottom of a hill on a curve. To say I was furious is an understatement. The only thought I could process was how close I'd just come to having my entire world being blown apart. While dialing 911, I rushed over to the driver and instantly recognized him through the open window. Like I said, tiny town. Travis had been a year ahead of me in school, and he's known for drunk driving, but his mother is the police chief. So yeah, nothing ever happens to him. He was snoring while I explained the situation to the dispatcher, and I had to shake him awake. Travis jerked to attention, jumped out of the truck, and hovered over me, screaming that I wrecked his truck into his friend's house. When I tried to correct him, he shoved past me so hard I fell to the ground. That's when my husband finally came out, and Travis immediately ran up to him, asking if he saw that crazy bitch wreck his truck. He was belligerent, had no clue where he was or what he had done. When police arrived, they tried to put him in handcuffs, and he literally punched one of them while screaming that this was his friend's house and to go arrest the bitch that wrecked his truck. He was pointing at me, calling me every name in the book, while threatening my life. It took 3 of them to get him in handcuffs, and that only lasted until his mom arrived. She asked to speak with my husband in private. In the end, Travis got off scot-free again, and we got our wall fixed. I was livid. I'm still livid. No one did anything. My daughter could have died. He could have died. No one cared. I had to watch while 3 officers uncuffed that drunk piece of shit and helped him into the back of his mom's car. Just before they closed his door, I heard one of them say the bitch was getting arrested and not to worry about it. They sat there and fed his delusions right in front of me, like he'd just hopped a curb instead of driving a truck through my kid's room. The scariest part about all of this is that he wrecked another truck the following week. He was drunk again, but luckily, no other people were involved. It's only a matter of time before he kills someone. It's absolutely terrifying that this kind of crap still flies under the radar in 2024. The police down here don't care about body cams or witnesses because they've been getting away with this garbage for generations, and not one of them has ever suffered a consequence. I'm ashamed of my hometown. It disgusts me. I used to work in construction. I was part of a crew that was assigned to enclose a building that was gutted by a fire. The building was an old train depot that housed offices and a microbrewery and several restaurants. Our job was to shore up the walls, install the second floor, relocate the elevator, beef up the foundation, and build a roof system. One day, my fellow worker named Dan and I were assigned to relocate the elevator to the center of the building, and also cut out the flooring and floor joist and frame up the opening. After successfully completing that task, we were cleaning up around the area, and I dropped my tape measure into that hole in the floor. I would have to go down into the basement to retrieve it. There were 2 ways I could go. I decided to go down the closest way and proceeded to that staircase. It was the back one, a narrow, dark staircase that ended up in a small room without a light. That room opened into a larger room with 1 light bulb that wasn't bright enough to light up the entire room. As I entered the room, I could see my tape measure lying on the floor. I proceeded to walk over and grab it. That's when I saw what I thought was Dan, standing just out of the light. I couldn't see his face, just the clothes and feet. It dawned on me that the clothes were different and that he got down there really fast. I asked him how he got down there so quick as I passed him. When he didn't respond back, I turned to look at him, and he disappeared. I grabbed my tape and ran up and out of that space as quickly as I could. I knew at that point that I had just seen a ghost. I told the crew about it, and they laughed at me, started calling me the Ghostbuster, or Buster for short. That story made it to a TV station that was 100 miles away, and they interviewed me. I was also interviewed by a documentary movie director, someone that wanted to put my story into a project he was working on. Come to find out, the original owner back in the 1800s had a daughter that fell in love with a local man, one that was not of her standing. The father, not wanting his daughter to marry outside of their class, had shot the man and killed him after an argument. Thus the reason he was still there, waiting for her. I was also assigned to lock up and unlock the job site every day. I used to come in early and unlock the building and the trailer. I used to find the doors unlocked and no footprints in the snow. That place used to give me the creeps. I'm a 24-year-old female with some PTSD from a horrible childhood. I had an abusive mother who went through a dozen, almost stepdads, before I was 18, and each guy was worse than the last. Lots of drugs and parties, basically all of the cliches. I'm sure you've heard 100 versions of that story, so I won't bore you with all those details. I mostly just want to establish that I'm no stranger to nightmares or the illusions one might see in the dark. I'm used to all that stuff, and this is not that. When I turned 18, I packed a bag and bummed my way from Mississippi to Georgia. Then I found a job waiting tables and got myself a small apartment. I've had no contact with my family since. Over the years, I've had fewer and fewer nightmares. I was healed. I've made friends, had a few relationships. It's been a fairly normal life out here, all things considered. Then one of the other girls at work found out that our restaurant was one of the places that sold moonshine back during Prohibition. One night it got robbed and 2 people died in the shootout. She's one of those people who believed in energies and auras and restless spirits. So she roped a few of us into doing a seance. She wanted to learn more about the people who died that night and thought that this was the best way to do it. The guys that agreed to join kind of just egged her on, made a joke out of the whole thing, and the seance was pretty much a bust. Aaron lit some candles, chanted some nonsense, and nothing really happened. 20 minutes later, we all went out drinking instead. That night I got home and the lights wouldn't come on. I thought the power was out, but the fridge was still working. The oven still showed the time. There was definitely power, just not to any of the lights. I was too drunk to care very much and went straight to bed. I then had the worst nightmare of my life, or I thought it was a nightmare. Now, I don't think it was, but I'm jumping ahead. I woke up in the middle of the night with enough light coming in through the window to see someone standing at the foot of my bed. I was completely paralyzed. I wanted to scream, but it was just a mute screech in my throat. The figure started crawling onto the bed with me. The next thing I knew, it was morning. I was freaked out, but that's a classic dream paralysis story if I've ever heard one, so I chalked it up to all the seance talk and too much drinking. The lights worked fine and everything seemed perfectly normal again. I let the whole thing go. A night or two later, I came home from work and my fish was dead. It sucks, but that happens. I went on about my night, went to bed, and had the exact same nightmare experience, only it seemed to last much longer, and everything was much more vivid. There was no sleep haze like the first, and I swear I felt it when that creepy black figure started crawling onto the bed. I felt hands wrap around my ankles, move up my legs. But then it was morning again. When I got dressed, there were weird red marks all over the bottom of my legs. Long red ones, kind of like finger marks. Then when I tried to go to work, my car wouldn't start. A neighbor tried to jump it, but it didn't help. Whatever the problem was, it wasn't the battery. I had to take an Uber to work. I told Erin what was going on, and she thought that it was some sort of dark entity attaching itself to me. She wanted to come to my apartment and do some sort of cleansing ritual. I told her I needed to think about it because if that's what did happen, then it was her fault and I was in this mess to begin with. I'm not sure that I really trusted her to fix it. For all I know, it could have just made things worse. One of the guys came home with me after work to look at my car. It started right up for him. I don't know what the problem was, but there was nothing for him to fix. Another night or so later, I woke up to the same figure. Only this time, the street light outside my window went out. I couldn't see anything. I could only feel the crawling onto my bed, up my body. There was a heavy weight on my chest. I couldn't breathe. In the morning, there were dark, splotchy stains on my white comforter. I could maybe convince myself that I was having some kind of extreme night terrors if there wasn't physical evidence left behind. I knew I wasn't leaving these marks on my own body, and I know I didn't stain the bedspread. I remember it progressing, getting worse, me being afraid to sleep, not sleeping at all, calling out sick to work. The TV would stop working, the phone would go in and out, service dropping. And then I just let Erin do her cleansing ritual, because what did I have to lose? Now, whether she was onto something, or we simply shifted our focus, train of thought, either way, it all ceased. It was done. Everything behaved the way it should. The nightmares, gone. I was pretty desperate. So I suggest if you are, you let your friend do their thing, or call someone who knows what they're doing, because the alternative is rather maddening. When my wife and I bought our first house, an old Victorian style built in the 50s, almost every night we heard what sounded like kids' footsteps running down the upstairs hallway and other random sounds. My wife mentioned it to one of the neighbors, and they said it was probably just peacocks on the roof. The house backed up to a conservation area where wild peacocks lived, and they would occasionally get up on the rooftops. That answer made sense, so we basically got used to it and eventually ignored it. Less than a year later, our son was born, and when he was 1, he would balance all of his toys on top of the other toys and make them spin. Literally found the center of balance of various toys and would walk in circles around the room, giving each a gentle touch to keep it rotating. It was the weirdest and coolest thing I'd ever seen. When he was 2 or 3, we would hear him talking in his room at night. One night I asked who he was talking to. He said, "Tracy." I asked, "Who's Tracy?" And he says, "The girl who lives in the wall. She's usually nice, but sometimes she scares me." He described a girl with brown hair and a yellow dress who would play with him sometimes and occasionally wake him up at night, but he didn't seem to be bothered by any of it, just startled sometimes. He would talk about her once in a while, but it wasn't a common occurrence. A couple of years later, we had added on to the house and moved the master bedroom downstairs, switching the kids' rooms around. Our youngest was now in his old room and about ready to transition from crib to toddler bed. She'd always been a sound sleeper, but she cried almost every night in that room. Her first night in the toddler bed, we heard a loud thud, followed by screaming, and rushed into the room. We were thinking she had fallen out of bed, but she was on the other side of the room. We got her calmed down and back into bed, and it happened again the next night. So we ended up switching the kids' rooms back, and they were fine. We looked up the history of the house, but we didn't find anything about missing little girls or anyone with the name Tracy that had lived there. Eventually, our son stopped talking about her, and a few years later, I ended up taking a job with another company, and we moved. The house was empty for a few months after we moved, and the neighbor across the street called my wife one day. About a week after we left, she thought she saw our daughter looking out the window, so she waved at her. And then she remembered we didn't live there anymore. I grew up in the 90s, and my dad was a single parent who worked on an oil rig. Whenever he was gone on a hitch, I would be left with my Aunt Phyllis, who was the manager of our local mall. Her office had a small TV and VCR, which I sat in front of for 40 hours a week. When I got a little older, most of my time was spent in the game room. It was always like a second home, a safe place. I was happy there. As a teenager, my friends and I would leave our bags in my aunt's office while we saw a movie next door. One day, we returned right as Phyllis was leaving, and I had to use the bathroom. She was in a hurry and told us to lock the doors when we left. My friend Kaylee joked that we should stay hidden in her office until closing and spend the night in the mall. Our other friend, Lexi, thought it was a great idea, and I was never great with peer pressure. You know that movie, Home is Where the Heart Is? The one where Natalie Portman gets knocked up and lives in a Walmart? Yeah, that's why they wanted to stay there. Anywho, we called our parents and said that we were staying with someone else, locked up, and stayed quiet. The security guard rattled the door as he walked by, but that was it. We waited an hour after closing just to be sure everyone was gone. The stores were all locked up, but we had the run of everything else, including the giant jungle playhouse that was usually overrun with kids. We were climbing to the top of the slide when Kaylee screamed and pulled Lexi and I below the side rails. "Someone's still in here," she whispered. By then, we had been in there for over a half an hour, and we were being pretty loud, and it wasn't that big of a mall. If someone was still inside, they knew we were there. I stood up to speak with whoever she saw, but no one was there. It didn't make sense that one of the janitors would run from 3 16-year-old girls. We got worried that they might have preferred waiting for the police and decided to leave. But all of the doors were locked, a problem we didn't foresee because we were stupid teenagers. There was an exit through the back of my aunt's office, but a solid 12-foot gate blocked our way out of the alley. The longer we stood around trying to think of a way out, the more we began to realize that no police were coming. If no cops were called, then why hadn't we been confronted? And then that begged the question, had Kaylee even seen a real person? Or had she freaked out over a mannequin in a window? Finally, we decided to go back inside to check. It was past midnight, and there was no reason for anyone to still be hanging around. By this point, Lexi and I were positive Kaylee imagined it, but Kaylee insisted she saw someone turn the corner. A lap around the mall only confirmed our theory, but it did nothing to sway Kaylee's conviction. We returned to the playhouse where we settled in to wait for morning and eventually dozed off. It was about 2:30 when the playhouse started to creak and groan under the weight of someone new. I woke up seconds before the others to see the horrifying toothless grin of a tweaked-out homeless man through one of the bubble windows. I screamed. He screamed. Kaylee and Lexi screamed. And we all continued screaming as we scrambled out of the playhouse. As we ran away, the man chased us, yelling about how he told us rotten boys to stay out of his house. When I had a chance to look back, he was brandishing a large hunting knife and swearing to leave our heads on spikes. Though, in his next breath, he vowed to leave our hanging bodies on display. Either way, we weren't going to stop to see his preference. We wanted to barricade ourselves into my aunt's office, but the only way to get a barrier between us and the crazy man was to hide in the restrooms. We managed to get the door shut behind us when the crazy guy crashed into it with a loud bang. The force pushed all three of us back, but we managed to hold it against his assault. There were a series of terrible noises as he repeatedly stabbed and slashed at the heavy wooden door. We threw all of our weight against it, just hoping he would tire first. There was nothing we could move and nothing heavy enough to barricade, so our stamina was the only thing keeping us alive. It's amazing how fast the police turn into allies when your life is truly in danger. A few hours ago, we were simply the enemy, but now we couldn't dial 911 fast enough. I didn't care if I'd be grounded for 6 months. I just wanted to get the hell out of that mall. Luckily, Lexi had her phone. The operator was calm and comforting. He accepted our situation with no questions about how or why we were locked in the mall. Any doubts about the validity of our claims were put to rest by my friend's blood-curdling screams, and also by the psycho's promises to show us our intestines before we die. This guy was nothing if not a Rolodex of murder methods. He threatened to burn the mall down with us inside and about 100 other things while the operator listened and encouraged us to keep holding the door. At one point, it swung open enough for him to get the knife inside, and there was a sickening crack as the door slammed back onto it. Then, it was his turn to scream. Combined with the sound of his knife clattering to the floor, this provided a moment of euphoric relief, but it was short-lived. He began running and throwing his entire body into the door. If he wasn't so high out of his mind to notice, he probably could have gotten in with how far it opened with each impact, but we were very lucky that night, all things considered. It only took 5 minutes for the police to arrive, but those minutes felt like hours, and our bodies were jello by the end. The cops chased the crazy guy back to his playhouse, where they subdued him with minimal effort. They said he was a homeless man that had been in and out of prison since he was our age. Apparently, he too had the brilliant idea to live in the mall, only he wasn't playing pretend like we were. Needless to say, we were all grounded for lengthy periods of time, but at least my aunt thought it was funny. I was worried she would be upset with me, but she believed almost getting murdered was punishment enough, and she was positive I would never pull that stunt again. And she was absolutely right. I've never been a believer in the supernatural, but there are moments when you simply can't ignore the presence of certain things around you. Apologies if this story turns out to be a bit lengthy. I moved to a hostel for my studies, which happened to be located right next to a railway line, and the constant rattling noise of passing trains would always disturb us, shaking our windows and such. My room was on the 4th floor. I shared it with 2 other people. I distinctly remember that after about 3 or 4 months, my roommates and I began hearing a disturbing screeching sound during the night. At first, that's all it seemed to be, a screech. But one of my roommates mentioned that if you listened closely, it sort of sounded like the screeching of a woman, not a machine. Initially, we brushed it off. Sure, we'd all heard it, but we assumed it was just one of the girls staying in the hostel. However, as the nights went by, The sound continued, always at night, so much so that even the simple task of getting water became a dreaded one. I still had the courage to endure it, especially on those hot nights when water was a must. Though, I always felt as if someone was walking alongside me. The haunting experiences continued. One roommate ended up moving out, leaving just two of us, but that prompted me to move to a ground floor with a friend. I felt bad, but outside of offering my other roommate to join, I didn't really have a choice. I needed to get out of that room. I didn't know what awaited me there would leave a permanent mark on my memory. Every day, and I do mean every day, I would catch the sight of a lady standing in the corner of my room, quietly observing me. She never approached me, just watched. She'd almost always disappear the moment I tried to make eye contact. Otherwise, she was constantly in my peripheral vision. These encounters led to sleepless nights filled with lots of confusion and a sure sense of helplessness. I had no idea what to do or who to confide in. My old roommates had all but abandoned their rooms. My friend seemed to never be home, and the warden, well, they weren't initially any help either, not at first. I was stuck. Then, one night, I narrowly escaped a heart attack. As I was laying in bed, on the verge of falling asleep, I turned over and caught a glimpse of a small child, sitting and staring at me. This was new. It was an unsettling sight, one that paralyzed me with fear. I eventually mustered the courage to reach out my hand, hoping it was just a hallucination. But to my horror, the child remained there. Finally, I decided to approach the warden again, this time sharing my experiences in full. Who cares if she thought I was crazy? Maybe she'd be forced to find me somewhere else to live. Ultimately, that's what I wanted. To my surprise, she responded with a calm understanding. She revealed that she herself was not a believer in such paranormal activities. She'd never experienced anything herself. However, she shared a haunting tale from the past. A train accident that claimed the lives of many and severely injured many more on the very same railway line behind the hostel. Since that tragedy, people had consistently reported similar encounters to the warden. She advised me to remain strong, not to let these experiences overpower me. The same advice she'd given others who she promised went on to enjoy their time in the hostel. So that summer, I took her advice. I stopped considering what I saw as scary, and instead, I looked at it as a glimpse into the past. Perhaps I was lucky. After all, not everyone gets to experience paranormal activity so vividly. But I do think that when a tragedy like that takes place, it's incredibly possible for spirits to wander. The woman remained in the corner of the room almost until I moved out. I also continued hearing screeching, but over time, I decided that it was the sound of a train on the tracks, combined with the sound of screaming. It sounds awful, I know, but when you're hearing these sounds nightly, you really can't help but dissect what they could be. Oddly enough, once I'd really identified what it was, I didn't hear it anymore. I never did see the little boy again, but I often wish that I would have had a different response when I first captured a glimpse of him. Possibly I scared him by appearing so afraid myself. Either way, I hope those spirits found peace, and if their peace was remaining in that hostel, I hope future guests since the 80s have been more welcoming. When I was 19, my family and I were out of town in Hot Springs, Arkansas, having fun at a theme park they have there. It was me, my mom, dad, and my 3 younger siblings. We had been there for a couple of days over the weekend and needed gas before driving a few hours back home. I walked into the gas station store looking for a bathroom. They said it was outside and gave me a key. Even though it was daylight and my parents were right outside at the pumps, I instantly had a horrible gut feeling. It was such a strange feeling that it's hard to describe. It wasn't quite fear, but something like if you could feel evil, maybe like a warning sign. Anyway, the bathroom is on the other side of the gas station, facing away from the pumps, and I go inside, do my thing, wash my hands, and then, as my hand is on the door handle, ready to leave, the feeling gets intense, like I might throw up, and I'm feeling crazy emotions. And I knew, without knowing for certain, that I shouldn't leave. I decided to call my parents from the restroom. I tell them that they need to come get me on the other side. They don't even question it and say that they're on their way. I don't bother waiting outside the bathroom at all. This feeling of evil is so strong, there's no way I'm heading out that door. I know that's probably not something real, to feel evil, but it's not like any other feeling. A few moments later, I heard a knock. I know right away that it's okay to open the door. It's my dad. He asks if I'm okay. Of course, I was fine, and because I couldn't quite explain my feelings, I said yes. He then said that when he drove the car around the back, there was a man with an old truck pulled up to the bathroom with his truck door open. The man was standing directly outside the bathroom door, as if he were ready to throw me in his truck the second I stepped out. When he saw my parents, he jumped in his truck and drove off. My dad was furious. He remembered the make and color of the truck and even noticed the broken back window of his cab. We whipped out of the parking lot with the whole family going after the guy. We actually caught up with him and followed him a ways. I didn't know what my dad would have done if he'd caught him, but that intense feeling of fear was back. We almost ended up at a red light together, but the man in the truck went through it and we lost him. I don't know for sure what my original feeling of dread and fear was, but my mom likes to say it was the Holy Spirit taking care of me, warning me. I really don't know. I've had it a few times since then, and it always happens in bad situations, so maybe she's right. That time, though, was definitely the most intense. I used to think that sleep paralysis was just an internet campfire story, something people exaggerated to scare each other or to get attention. I don't really think that anymore, obviously. And sometimes, honestly, I really do wonder if it's more. The first time it happened, I was in college, running on no sleep before finals. I knocked out on my back, rare for me, woke up in the middle of the night to silence. Not just its late and quiet silence. It was heavy, like the whole room was padded. I tried to move and I couldn't, not even twitch. My chest felt pinned down. At first, I thought the blanket had bunched up, but no, it was pressure, centered, like someone was sitting on me. Every breath came shorter. And then I saw something. It wasn't standing at the corner of the room or by the closet. It was on me. A shadow shaped like a man, crouched low with his head bent forward, inches from my face. No features, just darkness that somehow felt heavier. Its hands pressed into my sternum. I swear I could feel each finger, ice cold, digging down as if it wanted to open me up. The harder I struggled to breathe, the harder it leaned, like it was pulling the air straight from my ribs. My vision tunneled. I thought I was going to die there, crushed in my own dorm bed. And the last thing that I'd see was this faceless shape, drinking me in. Then snap, I was free. I bolted upright, chest aching, gasping like I'd surfaced from deep water. I wanted to believe it was just a dream, but in the morning, I had faint bruises across my chest in the shape of hands. Had I done it to myself? Doubtful. And it didn't stop there. It came back. Not every night, but often enough to make me dread sleeping. Always the same. Paralyzed, weight pressing down, shadow crouched over me. Closer each time. Sometimes I could hear it, not words exactly, more like a vibration in my ears. Sometimes drops of something cold would fall onto my cheek, and I'd lie there helpless, trying to scream with a mouth that wouldn't open. One night it pressed so hard I thought my ribs cracked. My vision went white around the edges. I felt myself slipping away, like I was being pulled through a funnel out of my own body. At the last second, I managed to grunt, and just like that, I could move again. I sat up, coughing. My chest was literally on fire, and sweat was plastering my shirt. That was the night I stopped sleeping on my back. But avoiding it didn't stop the bleed through. I'd catch glimpses of it awake. Reflections in glass doors behind me, a tall shadow in an empty hallway. Once in the shower, I wiped steam from the glass, and I saw 2 dark handprints, chest height, pressed against the other side. By the time I blinked, they were gone. The worst part was when my roommate, who knew nothing, asked why I was pacing the room at 3 a.m. He said he woke up and he saw me standing in the corner, silhouetted by the hallway light, just watching him. Except I hadn't moved from my bed. So who did he see? That was when I started crashing on couches, anywhere but that dorm. The less I slept there, the less it came. It's been years. I don't really get it often anymore, maybe twice a year. But when I do, it's not as intense. It makes me feel like something in that dorm really was off. At my high school, there was one building that was older than the rest. It was the smallest building on campus, and by the time I went there, it was only used for woodshop and mechanics, 2 classes I never took. Rumor had it that the bathrooms over there were disgusting and horrifying, and that if you were between portables in the newer buildings, you might as well hold it and keep going. Avoid at all costs was sort of the mantra. Easy enough, each building has ample bathrooms that weren't so far away from each other. It was possible. Easy enough until junior year. Junior year, my boyfriend was in mechanics, 6th period. Since I had a free period, I would visit him in that building all the time. The teachers in these areas were, for lack of a better word, more chill. They didn't care about your hall passes, if you should or shouldn't be there. They just cared that you wore safety gear while you were inside the actual shop. One day, I'd already made my way to the shop. I'd already put on the gear and realized I had to pee. I remembered the lore behind this horrific bathroom, but I figured, how bad could it be? I gave a wave to my boyfriend and headed towards the bathroom. It sat between the mechanic shop and the wood shop, tucked in the back of a hallway lined with small lockers for students to hold their belongings. The first thing I wasn't a fan of was how cold it was in there, and that the lights didn't automatically turn on like the other bathrooms. It was old, all right, but all in all, I wasn't seeing what the big deal was. Once I got the lights on, I didn't see anything that stuck out as immediately more disgusting than any other public restroom. I even felt comfortable putting my goggles on the counter. They looked clean. So I go about my business, and as I'm finishing up, I hear the sound of hard plastic bounce and hit the tile floor, followed by a couple of distinct footsteps. Naturally, I freeze because, what the fuck? I lean down as far as I can from my seated position and confirm the sound was my goggles hitting the tile, but I didn't see anything to explain the footsteps. Not gonna lie, I was creeped out, so I sped things up and got myself into a slightly less vulnerable position. As soon as I flushed the toilet, the lights went out. At first, I assumed it was a timer or something, but the more I stood there in the dark, I questioned my own logic. They weren't like the other buildings. This had to be my boyfriend fucking with me. Looking under the stall wouldn't do me any good now in the dark, so I jumped out of the bathroom stall in an attempt to scare my boyfriend or whatever other creep was inside. Nobody screamed, so I lunged for the light switch and turned the lights on, only the switch was still flipped upwards. The lights should have been on. I quickly opened the door to see if anyone else was around, but it was empty, and all the other lights in the building were on. It was quiet. Then, I heard the sound of rushing water, the sound of a toilet flushing. It scared me so much that I literally just ran out of the bathroom and towards the end of the hallway. I turned around and just stood there for a moment. I thought if someone else was there that they would walk out any second, and then I could just move on. After a couple of minutes, I figured I might as well go check it out, grab my goggles, wash my hands, see who the fuck was in there. The first thing I noticed was the light switch was now flipped down. Maybe I did that in my panic. I couldn't remember, so I flipped them on. They did as lights should do and turned on. I grabbed my goggles and noticed that all of the stall doors were open. Before washing my hands, I thought, let's just see if maybe one of these toilets is an automatic flush. I can accept faulty wiring or poor plumbing. Except not. They were all the same toilet. The bathroom was old, and for all I knew, these were the original toilets. Nothing automatic or fancy about them. Washing my hands, I was still trying to run through any and all possibilities in my head. I decided that I would stay in there for a moment, see if the lights did the same thing. I walked into the same stall and sat there for a while. I got my phone out and set a timer for 5 minutes. I knew that was far too long, but figured it was better safe than sorry. Sitting there, even in the light, I decided there was something horrifying about this bathroom. It just had nothing to do with its hygiene. The light stayed on, but as I sat in silence, I started to hear small sounds. I wasn't imagining them. I could hear the sounds of the shop in the distance, people laughing, metal clinking, but I also heard footsteps from within the bathroom, the unmistakable sound of someone walking. And this time, I realized it was 3 steps clearly, and the 4th one faded out. I was so entranced by this realization that I forgot to be scared for a moment, until my alarm went off, causing me to nearly drop my phone in the toilet. I managed to save it that time, but moments after, before I could leave the stall, I felt someone tap my shoulder. It was so clearly the feeling of someone's finger tapping me that I screamed. I proceeded to actually drop my phone in the toilet. Retrieving the phone became my new focus. I grabbed my phone, dried it off the best I could before leaving, but I listened once more. I heard nothing. I was pissed that I hadn't thought to record it before my phone became waterlogged, and I was pissed about the phone too. I stomped out of the bathroom and went to tell my boyfriend what had just happened, but the whole class was gone. I walked through the shop and towards the back outdoor garage. The entire class had been out there for at least 10 minutes. They were working on oil changes today, so my boyfriend, along with a few others, were currently under the shop vehicles working. I decided to cut out and head back to the main building towards the library. I still couldn't believe everything that had happened. I texted my boyfriend that he could find me at the library, and eventually he did. I finally told him everything, and instead of taking me seriously, he laughed and said that they all assumed I was just taking a shit. I was not impressed, so I basically kept my little ghost story to myself after that. And honestly, truly, secretly wished that someday, whatever it was, would scare the shit out of him too. Unfortunately, I never got that satisfaction, and something tells me that even if something did happen, none of those guys would have ever said a word. Either way, that place was haunted or something. I stuck to using any other bathroom for the remainder of my high school career, because sure, it's fun to think about now, but at the time, it was scary as fuck. Always been curious if anyone else ever experienced anything there. It's been up and running for a long time. I've also wondered if I just so happened to talk to the one guy too stupid to realize if something was haunted or not. Who knows, but thanks for reading. When I was a kid, we lived next to a really big creek, and my dad would regularly take me to swim or look for fossils. We were in a rural area, so there weren't any other houses or people around. I'm not sure it has an actual name, but we always called it Riley's Creek, even though we have no clue who Riley is. My favorite area was a big swimming hole beneath an old bridge. For the most part, you could walk through the water anywhere you wanted and never go deeper than your ankles. But this was one of those sweet spots. I'm a lover of all animals, so I always paid attention to noises around me. Raccoons and deer were a common sight, but I was mostly looking for beavers. I enjoyed helping them build their dams, but looking back, I'm now realizing I probably did more harm than good. If nothing else, I'm sure they didn't appreciate my scent in their territory. Oh well, this isn't about beavers. This is about something much larger that I still can't identify. While I played in the swimming hole, Dad looked for fossils, but then he realized his beeper was still in the truck. It was so much faster for him to simply run back and get it rather than dragging me along. Some of the terrain was pretty rugged for an 8-year-old, and he had to carry me for those sections. Ultimately, he decided that I could be alone for a few minutes. It was the 90s after all, so he went without me. From where I sat in my big swimming hole, he had to walk up a steep hill to my left. On my right was the forest, and there was no place to get out on that side. Just a steep embankment and the overgrown tree line. It's important to understand we're discussing two completely opposite directions. It was impossible for my dad to be in the woods, especially so fast. He was only out of my sight for a minute, probably less, when his voice called my name from the forest next to me. I was looking up the steep embankment and into the branches of the overhanging trees, rather than actually seeing into the woods. So I was completely blind from my spot. At first, I assumed I heard wrong, that Dad had simply returned to take me with him after all, but I didn't see him while crawling out of my swimming hole. I stood with my back to the dense forest and watched the place that Dad should have been standing, but there was still no sign of him. Then I heard, "Hey, Emma." It was definitely behind me, and definitely his voice. But the way he said it, it was weird. The inflection made it sound like a question, as if he wasn't sure it was me. But who else would it have been? When it happened, I turned around with a startled cry and scanned the area with desperate urgency. But the only thing I saw were jumbles of green and brown. I moved a few feet further down, but came to a dead stop when a pair of footsteps also began walking through the woods in the same direction. They stopped when I stopped, and as I turned back to the forest, I saw something too big to be human move behind a tree. It was on 2 legs, and there are no bears out in our area. And even if there were, that wouldn't have explained how it spoke. It called my name once more, only that time it sounded angry. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I wasn't sure how long Dad had been gone, but he should have at least been on his way back now. I thought if I raced to the truck, I would run into him sooner rather than later, but then I worried whatever was in the woods might chase me, and I wasn't sure how fast I could get up that hill. It was steep and overgrown with sticker bushes. I'd always needed help getting up and down. In the end, I settled for slowly backing away as quietly as possible. If it turned out that I had to run anyway, I wanted as much of a head start as I could possibly get. All the while, my eyes never moved from the tree where I saw the figure disappear. I'd gone 3 or 4 yards when it suddenly stepped out from its hiding spot, and I had a clear view. It looked like a deer standing on its hind legs, but with arms and hands. It had antlers, but its head was mostly human-shaped aside from its nose and mouth. I mean, I was a terrified child, so maybe the face can be explained by a mask. But there was something really wrong with its body. I only saw it for a few seconds before breaking into a full run, and I didn't start screaming until it dropped into the water with a loud splash. I had just made it to the bottom of the hill and was starting my way up when my dad appeared at the top. Out of breath, with a wild look in his eyes, he saw that I was clearly in a state of total panic, but couldn't figure out why. When he failed to scream and run away, I looked back to see that the creature was gone or hiding, and I didn't want to be there when it came out again. Dad didn't want to leave without knowing what had happened, and he's an extremely logical man. I wasn't playing the game where he made me look under the bed to prove that nothing was there. So I said that a weird man tried to get me to follow him into the woods. We left really fast after that, and we didn't go back again, which was fine with me. I've never actually told him the truth just because I know that he wouldn't believe me. He would say that I just let my overactive imagination ruin one of my favorite places. But I know what I saw. That thing had antlers and stood on 2 legs. I was done with that creek, period. This Saturday, I went to a 1-year-old's birthday party with my daughter. It also happened to be my birthday. My daughter has literally just learned to walk. So I held her hand and was appropriately led by her across a huge room full of kids, toys, and food to investigate anything and everything that she could put in her mouth or stand over like some pint-sized Godzilla. As we approached a seesaw she wanted to investigate, another kid who was probably 4 or 5 literally leapt into it and started playing, rocking back and forth. This was the conversation that proceeded. "Happy birthday. Do you remember me? We've met before." I don't know how this kid knew it was my birthday, and I certainly didn't know this kid. "Have we?" "Yes." "I don't remember. Are you sure we've met before?" "Yes, we have. Don't you remember? It was before I died." Then the child proceeded to run away. Never did get any answers. I mean, besides, the kids are creepy, and I'm really hoping my daughter doesn't pull a similar stunt in her future. I come from one of those small towns where nothing exciting ever happens. If there's a crime or a deadly accident, it will be news for generations. A few years ago, a man we'll call Ray learned his wife was at her boyfriend's house, so he drove over to see them. Upon arriving, he retrieved his handgun from the glove compartment and proceeded to kick in the back door. When he made it to the hallway, the boyfriend emerged from the bedroom, half-dressed and mad as hell. Then, Ray shot him without warning or hesitation. Next, he entered the bedroom and shot his wife, neither of which survived. It was the middle of the afternoon, so none of the neighbors were home to hear the gunshots. Ray simply went about his day as if all were normal. He used his wife's phone to text her boss that she was sick, and then returned to work himself, thinking that nobody would find the bodies anytime soon. That evening, the boyfriend's son returned home after football practice to find the body of his father in the hallway. Once police arrived, they quickly located Ray's wife, and it became fairly obvious what had occurred. By that time, Ray was home from work, so detectives drove to his house, where they delivered the bad news. Ray had a reputation for being that kind of asshole. There was little doubt of his guilt, but they wanted to get him to the station without a struggle. Whatever his response, he was asked to come make a statement, but he promptly refused, saying that he would prefer to bring his lawyer with him the following morning. The detectives took this as a further sign of guilt and were resigned to watch the house from a distance while awaiting a search warrant. An hour later, Ray emerged from his house with a suitcase and hurried into his car. He was clearly making a run for it. In his haste, he ran a stop sign, so the detectives turned on their lights, but Ray only increased his speed. Before he was even out of the subdivision, news began to spread with the speed that only the smallest towns can manage. The search warrant was also approved this time, so police were already entering his home while more joined in the developing pursuit. Roadblocks were put into place and spike strips were prepared but never needed. Just before the first trap, Ray pulled onto a frontage road, where he collided with a Ford Taurus at 65 miles an hour, killing himself and the other driver instantly. The sole occupant of the Taurus just so happened to be a town treasure. He was the owner of a locally famous bakery that our entire community will swear is the best in the world. I've had family and friends move all over the world, only to come home wanting his desserts on every visit. I've been in a fair few places myself. I've never found anywhere that comes close. There wasn't a single resident who didn't mourn his loss. He had been leaving the bakery late and just got off the phone with his wife. She warned him of the pursuit happening nearby, so he decided to take the frontage road in order to avoid the highway. She still blames herself for the accident, but she and her son have kept the bakery running. It might or might not be the best in the world, but it's the best I've ever had. Most of all, it absolutely terrifies me how much damage one sorry jackass can do in so little time. During my sophomore year of college, I moved to an apartment. It was a small private development with about 20 ground-level apartments lying down both sides of the street to a cul-de-sac. We paid the owner by mail, and the only other employee was a maintenance guy named Roy. Roy would often be around doing odd chores, cutting the grass or taking care of the pool. He was friendly and often engaged residents in conversation. Just small talk. The first time I got creeped out was when we were planning a keg party at the apartment. It was coming up Friday night. Roy was out by the pool earlier in the week and struck up conversation. He made a comment. If you're going to throw a party, make sure you don't throw a bunch of trash around the pool so I have to clean it up. I figured one of the invited guests had run their mouth and thought nothing of it. It bothered me, though, that he knew something, but he seemed cool about it. One night we were wrestling and accidentally put a foot through the plaster. It left a big 6-inch hole in the wall by the bathroom. Luckily, we had a friend that could come patch it up so we wouldn't have to bother maintenance. I was taking the garbage down and I saw Roy. He started talking and said, "You need to get that hole fixed? I can come and do it." "What hole?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "The one you knocked in the wall while horseplaying," he said. I was livid. One of my roommates had snitched us out. I told him to come by any time. I even agreed to pay him $40 for fixing it. My roommates all denied telling him. I knew that someone had because he knew about the hole. We all started comparing stories, and we discovered that Roy had caused similar weird what-the-hell moments among all of us. One guy related how he knew his sister's name, though she had never been there to visit. Another said that he had asked him about a particular brand of CD player that apparently he'd been using, but Roy knew that before he had even figured it out. He went back to his apartment and looked and just thought that was kind of weird. One day, as I was sitting on the toilet, I got an eerie feeling like I was being watched. I looked up at the cover where the fan had been, the one that had never worked since we moved in, and through the grill slates, I saw a set of eyes looking back at me. I blinked in disbelief, and they were gone. I finished up and went outside, to the attic access point. Roy met me as I was walking around the building. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Fine," I said. I knew he was the culprit. I didn't know what to say. I figured it was my word against his. I didn't say a word. I went back to my apartment and told my roommates. We covered the vents with a piece of cardboard. A couple days had passed and I saw Roy leaving the apartments. I got my roommate and we raced around the attic entrance. I wanted to see how much he could see. Upon entering, I found an elaborate plank walking board that took you all over the attic. All of our apartments were connected. I could go in any direction, and there was a place to spy on the apartment below. I quickly realized that no one's fans worked because they'd all been removed. I know a lot of people who met their husbands or wives online. and have long-term happy marriages. So several years ago, I was willing to give it a try. I met a guy online with no profile picture, but he seemed nice, was saying all the right things. For the time, no profile picture wasn't that strange, and he listed himself as having a master's degree, being an engineer. We talked for several days before agreeing to meet at an art museum downtown after work. I'm careful, so I ran his phone number through a reverse search, but it came up as a prepaid phone. Okay, I guess. But I did find it odd. I decided to take the bus to avoid having to park, which is difficult downtown. When I met him, I could see why he had no photo. He was not what he described. I'm okay with average looking, no worries. But when you say you're over 6 foot tall, and you're more like 5'9" at best, that feels like deceit. So there he was, short, fuzzy blonde hair, oversized glasses with thick black frames, wearing an ill-fitted, baggy, dark, nondescript suit and tie. Well, gotta give the guy a chance, right? It might sound like I was being judgmental, but honestly, I was just cycling through traits in my head, comparing our conversations to our introduction. Speaking of introductions, he ducks his head when I introduce myself. "Shall we sit in the coffee area?" I ask. The coffee area is in the front of the gift shop, very public. "No," he says quickly. "Let's walk through the exhibits." Okay, I think, but say, "Don't you want to talk and get to know each other?" "We can do that while we walk," he replies. Well, it was odd. He keeps his head down and away from me at all times during the walk. I can't really get a look at him between that, the bushy hair, and the giant, dark-framed glasses. I ask him questions, but he's very evasive, and he doesn't ask me any questions in return. "You said you're an engineer? Who do you work for?" "About an hour away," he replies, after a long hesitation. He also has a very weird smile, like a smirk. I think maybe he's nervous, but as we walk, it's clear that he's very self-possessed and confident. This is at odds with his shy demeanor, hiding his face. I notice that every time someone else gets close to us in the exhibits, and I'm talking even within 20 feet, he scurries away, turning his face, pretending to look at the next piece in the exhibit. His hands are always behind his back. But at one point, I think, oh my God, he's married. I reconsider the prepaid phone, not wanting to sit out where anyone else can see us, and not wanting to be seen together. It all suddenly makes sense. I decided to end the date. "Let me walk you to your car," he says. "I took the bus," I reply absently. Suddenly, I feel him getting very, oddly excited. The smile gets bigger. "Let me drive you home," he says. Now, I'm not about to get in a car with a stranger, and any man has to know this and respect this. I know nothing about him, not even a last name, or even if his first name was real. I don't know the city or town he's from, his employer, anything. Not even a real phone number. Not even a good look at his face. "No, I don't want to inconvenience you," I say. "Thank you for coming out." And I head out the door. He follows, very closely. "You don't have to walk me to the bus stop," I say. He keeps grinning and following. "I insist on driving you," he says. "No," I tell him. "I'll take the bus. It's okay." "Oh no, you came out here to meet me. I want to be polite." I'm starting to get really creeped out. He's wired. It's a weekday, not a busy time, pitch black because of winter, and it was also cold. The streets were nearly deserted. He pursues me to the bus stop, insisting on driving me home over and over. "Come on, it's cold. I can't let you stand out here waiting for the bus. Let me drive you home." He keeps repeating some variant of this, smirking, clasping his hands behind his back, keeping his face down for what seems like forever. I'm getting this voice in my head that's saying, don't show fear, don't show fear, don't show fear, which is getting harder and harder to do. After what feels like an eternity on the street, desperately looking for the bus, he points down an unlit, pitch-black alley that runs between the museum and the building next to it. Come on, he wheedles. It's freezing out. My car is parked right there in this alley. Let's sit in there and get warm while we wait for the bus. Come on. I said no. I told you to leave. Your car won't be any warmer than the street, if it's even parked there, which I doubt. But then I won't be able to see if the bus is coming, I point out. He smirks. He doesn't have an answer to that. He just keeps repeating and repeating. This is more talking than he did throughout the entire date. I said you don't have to wait with me, I say, trying to sound like I don't realize something is wrong. His I know something you don't know smile is getting weirder and weirder. He's getting more excited. I'm afraid he's going to pull me down that alley as soon as no one is nearby, so I move closer to the edge of the street. He follows, right at my elbow. Finally, the bus comes, and I turn and thank him for coming out. When I get on the bus, I start to shake. My legs feel like rubber. What had he been planning? No wonder he didn't want to post a photo or use a real phone, let me or anyone see his face. I'm fully convinced he planned on shoving me in my car when he walked me to it, and I thank God I decided to take a bus that night. No more online dating for me after that. It was so frightening. I'm still not comfortable posting this under my real name. My parents purchased a home situated on 180 acres back in 2018. I was a freshman in college, but still living at home. Although the house itself isn't that old, built in the 1960s, it apparently came with some history. Not one that I know much about, unfortunately, but my family has had enough experiences there to understand there's a certain energy. My sister believes to this day that the house is haunted, and I'm actually inclined to believe her, but I don't necessarily know if it's malevolent. It's been a while since I've lived at home, but I remember the first events and anything I've been told pretty clearly. My family has all but adjusted to this home, and so we don't really discuss it being haunted or whatever anymore. That was the request of my mother, though I think it was on behalf of my sister. However, I'm going to share those first experiences here because I think that you'll agree that they track as unusual. My younger sister, Monica, was practicing the piano. She became increasingly frustrated with a challenging piece. According to her, during a brief break in her playing, she heard a voice whispering from behind. The voice said, "Keep going." It was quite literally encouraging her. She was startled, so she turned around, horrified, when she saw a frail, elderly woman, dressed in all black, comfortably seated in a lounge chair. She, of course, didn't recognize the woman, and as such, Monica let out a piercing scream while hurriedly calling for my parents. By the time they came to check it out, the apparent woman had vanished. Barely a week later, Monica was taking a shower in our parents' bathroom when she happened to catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She saw the unmistakable outline of a woman dressed in black, just as before. Her face was concealed by the fog. Even still, Monica sprinted out of the bathroom, completely nude, and encountered our parents' startled guests. This fact alone further convinced me that she was not making up these encounters. I almost felt bad for doubting her. Either way, I felt bad for her. Hell, I even went as far as making fun of her when it came to the piano incident. But not after this one. Then fast forward to our Thanksgiving celebration. While we're enjoying our first Thanksgiving meal in this home, the inexplicable unfolded. The china cabinets, which sat directly behind my sister, Every item in them and in our dining room began to violently tremble. I looked around at everyone's faces, and we shared the same expression of horror. Except Monica. She was in tears, now hiding under the dining room table. Everyone else stayed put, not saying a word. Almost as soon as it had all started, it stopped. My parents claimed it was likely an earthquake, though I never believed that story. You can Google those kinds of things, and there were certainly no earthquakes near Bozeman, Thanksgiving 2018. The final blow I really remember occurred sometime after Christmas 2018, signifying a point that finally convinced those who doubted, aka my father. He possesses to this day a beloved leather chair in which he habitually sits day after day. It's positioned near a window, and my mother typically opens it to let in some fresh air. She'd done so on this night just before an inevitable small snowstorm. Concerned about his prized chair getting wet, my father explicitly asked my mother not to open the window while the chair was nearby, as it would ultimately ruin his chair. The following morning, my father rose early for work and noticed that the den had been rearranged, resulting in his chair being relocated all the way across the room, instead of in its usual spot by the window. Assuming it was the hard work of my sister and I from the previous night, my father went to work without dwelling further. When my mother awoke, she too discovered the rearranged room and assumed my father was responsible. Us kids assumed the same. We thought that he had intentionally changed the layout. Not common of him, but who else could be responsible? It wasn't until dinner time that evening that we collectively realized the true extent of the rearrangement. The meticulous placement of the magazines, the controller, even the rug. It was nothing like our usual setup. It was all seemingly orchestrated by an unseen force, though, according to Monica, it was probably the same woman that she had seen who was responsible. We determined that the rearranging of furniture would have taken place between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., though, astonishingly, no sounds were heard, despite the fact that mine and my sister's room were directly beneath the den. Previously, my parents would dismiss such occurrences, but after that time, their attitude changed significantly until they went back to ignoring it completely, which seems to have worked. There is an old mining road past Granite Falls, Washington, one that people say is haunted. The mine itself, I'm sure, is too. Personally, I don't know how I feel about ghosts. I believe in them. I've seen them. And I've never been one to see something and live in denial about what I've seen, no matter how unreal it may be, especially to an outsider. You ever try to tell someone about your genuine experience and they unintentionally make you feel insane? Well, it happens. One time too many, so now I reserve my stories for people who at least have a desire to hear them. The skeptic is a lot more open-minded than a non-believer, that's for sure. Anyway, saying I don't know how I feel about them, what are they exactly? Like the man I've seen on this road. He's a disappearing act. Several people I know have reported seeing the same man or apparition of a man that I have, just past Silverton, right where Perry Creek sits. He's always walking in the same direction the cars are driving, always going east, meaning you never get to see his face. It's odd to see someone walking that way, but not really. The only reason to go out there would be to go into the woods, or if you have property out there. I don't, but my buddy does. It's not uncommon that we just paintball on his property or take the four-wheelers out. We do that a lot. But every once in a while, for the past 6 years, I've seen this guy walking. At first I thought, okay, a hiker or a tweaker. But no, he was dressed in some seriously old-looking clothes. He wore a floppy-style hat that I can't even place. Suspenders and boots, and brown, worn-to-shit pants. I had to know what this guy's face looked like. Was he 25 or 85, you know? I instantly crank my head out the window to catch a glimpse of this guy, but as I do, he's just gone. He was nowhere, but there was nowhere for him to go. I tell my buddy, and he says, just wait, but I'll see him again. I asked him, who is this guy? He said, he's exactly what you think he is, dude. He's a ghost, as in not real or not alive. He then tells me some stories about Lime Kiln Trail, that it's got an old abandoned mining town community still in it. Buildings still up and everything, just abandoned. People explore this place, and it's a literal ghost town, I guess. He said the whole woods are said to be haunted, the very woods that we ride around in all the time. I don't know. Maybe. But if so, I've never seen anything outside of this man on the road. But I'll give it to him. My buddy was right, and I've seen this dude a handful of times. He obviously had too, but it's more than that. It's like people all over know about this place, and I'm just learning about it. I don't fuck with caves or mines, so I won't be going there to find out if it's haunted or whatever. But I will say, the man on the road, he's a ghost. Each time was the same experience, almost. You'd pass him, and even if you didn't take your eyes off the man, he was gone the moment you actually passed him. One time I tried to drive slowly to see if I could holler at a ghost. Maybe they need a ride or something too, you know? He didn't react when I called out, but I slowly just kind of drove behind him. That's probably the time that I got the best look at his clothes. But regardless how long I drove like that behind him, he didn't react or behave any differently. Didn't respond to my calls, and eventually I just had to pass the guy. And of course when I did, he disappeared. I think the scariest time was the last time, which was at night. I had never really seen him during the night, maybe towards sunset, but I almost missed him entirely, which is what scared me so bad. The road is not one that you want to be walking down regardless, but at night, it's just idiotic. There's no streetlights, it's not heavily inhabited, and people like me drive fast down this road. I got to Perry Creek and wasn't thinking about the ghost at all, until something jetted in front of my truck. So quick that by the time I hit the brakes, it felt like it happened minutes ago, not seconds. I started driving slowly, looking around for just about anything, and I saw the man. Caught him at the edge of my headlights. He was back on the normal side of the road, headed in the same direction he always was. I don't know what came over me, but I remember actually yelling out my window, "You need to be more careful." Yeah, I had a good laugh about that one too. Couple of things, though, I still can't quite figure out. Why do I only see this guy when I'm heading east, but not west? Like, why is it that no one has yet to see his face? It's almost as though he's on a loop, and I just can't wrap my head around what all that means. This happened just last night, and I'm still rattled enough that I need to get it out of my system. My husband and I are on vacation in Mexico. We've honestly been having the best time. Good food, warm nights, friendly people. But this shook me, and I'm definitely reevaluating how seriously I take hotel security. We just come back from dinner and walked into our room, set our bags down, kicked off our shoes, and started talking about what we wanted to do tomorrow. We had the Do Not Disturb tag hanging on the handle outside, and we'd only been in the room for a couple of minutes when there was a knock at the door. It wasn't loud, more like a light knock, followed by a man's voice saying something in Spanish. I don't speak much Spanish, but the tone was like someone trying to sound official, almost like room service. My husband and I looked at each other, confused. A moment later, another knock. We hadn't made a sound since walking in. I mouthed to my husband to just wait. It felt off somehow. Then, as he walked toward the door, we both heard it. The unmistakable click of a keycard, unlocking the door. And just like that, it opened. I swear my heart nearly stopped. A man, dirty clothes, scruffy, not in any kind of hotel uniform, was suddenly 2 feet inside our room. My husband slammed his hand against the door before it could swing further, and for a split second, the man looked just as startled as we did. He started rambling in Spanish, and I caught the word Wi-Fi. Then in broken English, he asked if the Wi-Fi was down. My mind was racing. Wi-Fi? At 9 at night? And why our room? How did he access our room? Why did he have a key? I said quickly, "It's fine, Wi-Fi works," hoping it would make him leave faster. My husband didn't move his hand from the door until the man finally turned away and disappeared down the hall. The second the door shut, we engaged the deadbolt and chain lock. We should have done it the moment we came in, but we'd been distracted unpacking. Now I couldn't believe that we'd been so careless. We sat there going over it in disbelief. This wasn't some innocent mix-up. He knocked, he waited, got no response, and then let himself in. If my husband hadn't been right there, if we'd been in bed, if we'd come back a half hour later, my stomach knots up thinking about what could have happened. We reported it to the front desk immediately, and to their credit, they seemed to take it seriously, moving our rooms even. But it doesn't change how shaken up I am about it. I grew up on the beautiful island of Guam. My father was in the military, so we had a nice house on a base. Unfortunately, I was terrified of sleeping in my room, so I slept on my parents' bedroom floor. One evening, I shifted my pillows around while having trouble falling asleep. During the process, I noticed a pale and purple finger that looked like it belonged to a corpse. I stared in horror, unsure what to do, and watched as it slowly retreated under the bed. I covered the spot with a pillow and tried my hardest to sleep, but I just couldn't. One day, I looked under my parents' bed to see bright yellow glowing eyes that definitely didn't belong to one of our cats. It was staring me down, and I felt uneasy, like I wasn't safe, and I wasn't meant to see it. In that house, I regularly heard glass shattering in the kitchen, only to discover nothing was broken. There were also heavy footsteps that ran up and down the hallway. From the corner of her eye, my sister often saw someone hanging in my parents' bedroom, only to have it disappear when she looked. I saw shadow people running around in darker areas of the house. My father would tell the spirits to leave in peace, and things would be quiet for a week or two, before getting weird again. This happened a couple years back when I was working night security in an office building. Pretty basic gig. Sat at the desk, walk the halls every hour, make sure nobody's breaking in to steal printers or whatever. Most nights are dead quiet. Well, one night the alarm system kept pinging that a motion detector had gone off in one of the big conference rooms on the 7th floor. That floor was all glass walls, long tables, swivel chairs. I figured maybe a mouse or a glitch. The protocol says check it out. I walked up, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Nothing to worry about, just the faint hum of the AC and that weird smell of carpet cleaner that never goes away. I was about to reset the panel when I noticed something in the glass tabletop. A reflection. It looked like someone was sitting at the far end of the table. Not clear, just a shape. Shoulders, head. The outline of a person. I spun around quick, thinking I'd caught somebody, but the chairs were all empty. When I looked back at the table, the figure was still there. Same spot. Still as stone. I leaned down closer, trying to make sense of it. The more I focused, the sharper it seemed, like it wanted me to notice it. My stomach did this little drop, the way it does when you miss a step. And then the reflection's head lifted. The room itself didn't change. The chairs didn't move. There was no one there. But in the table's reflection, the figure raised its head. I don't scare easy. I've walked in on junkies sleeping in stairwells, had drunks yell in my face, but this was different. It was silent and calm, like whatever it was had been sitting there for a long time, waiting for me to lean in close enough. I didn't say anything, I didn't touch anything. I just backed out of the room and pulled the door shut like I was trying not to wake somebody up. I reset the panel from the hall, which cleared fine. I had 3 more hours left on shift, and I couldn't make myself go back up there. Sat at the desk, staring at the cameras, knowing that table was reflecting something that wasn't in the room. For weeks after, I avoided walking past the glass walls unless I had to. For a while after, reflections were just sort of eerie. Tried to avoid them. I worked security at a lot of other places since then, and I'll tell you it's pretty impossible to avoid glass walls or mirrors. But I've had nothing weird since, and I'm okay with that. I'm a 29-year-old female in northern Louisiana. My husband and I just moved out here with our son after my brother died 2 months ago. He didn't have any kind of will, so everything automatically just came to me. And since we were living in a cramped, slummy apartment, we decided to move. My brother overdosed, collapsed in the hallway, but we've always been skeptics, so the possibility of a haunting wasn't even on our radar. I was barely holding it together in general. I can't stress how much that kind of stuff never remotely occurred to us, even after things started happening. It still took a long time for our minds to go there. We were so busy the first week that we dismissed a lot of strange noises as animals living in the walls. The house is in a heavily wooded rural area, so it seemed like an obvious answer. It was only after we finished getting everything unpacked that Nolan, my husband, started paying attention to the noises. Once he pointed it out, I agreed it sounded strange, like something big is clawing at the actual wall. Any insulation between it and the animal is gone. There's more than just a squirrel or rodent running around in the crawl spaces. This is more like a huge raccoon got really pissed off and started tearing away into the home. We didn't know what to do. Our son is only 3. We didn't want to risk a possibly rabid animal getting inside, and I didn't want Nolan anywhere near it either, so we called animal control. After their second visit, they said the only thing they found was a family of squirrels, which were safely relocated. But we insisted that there had to be more. We showed them a video of a particularly intense scratching incident. It convinced them to check again, and larger traps were placed, but nothing else was captured. It got to the point that animal control recommended that we call the police in case we had a squatter. We were immediately freaked out. I'd seen body cam footage of that shit on YouTube, so we called the cops. They checked everywhere, but there was no trash or makeshift bedding like they'd usually find in those circumstances. If not for the video, I don't think they would have believed us, but they agreed the noise was concerning and asked us to call them the next time it happened. Nolan didn't tell me until later, but they were worried someone was coming in and out purely for the sake of scaring us. We heard it the next night, and the same officers returned, but it stopped less than a minute before they arrived. They searched everywhere, but still came up empty-handed. The officers were kind enough to stay for an extra 20 minutes, just in case it started again, but no such luck. During that time, we shared our whole story of why we moved here, and the police suggested it could be my brother's ghost. That was the last time we involved authorities, not because we were offended, but we were starting to think the same thing ourselves. The police being involved was all we had left grounding us to reality. It made it real, tangible, but after hearing them say it too, that was hard. It took close to a month for those events to play out, but that wasn't the only thing going on during that period. Our son never had a problem sleeping in his own room until we moved here. At first, we blamed the combination of animal noises on top of being in a new place. We let him stay in our room while he adjusted, but we were equally unsuccessful on this front. If the noises happened during the day, we would take Grayson to it and explain exactly how animals sometimes crawl into people's homes to build their nests. Then I found several YouTube videos of cute, fluffy raccoons being safely relocated. If anything, it worked too well. Grayson was not only no longer afraid, he was adamant that we needed to adopt the raccoons. Since he was no longer afraid of the noises, we thought that he would return to his room. But then he told a horrifying story about a man coming in and sleeping next to him. I almost fainted until he added that the man had a purple face, puffy blue lips, and a chin covered in whipped cream, like a cartoon character. We thought it must be imaginary and assumed everything traced back to the new environment. We should have explained the noises sooner. By this point, animal control had set the first traps, so we were thinking that it would be over any day now. Clearly, that wasn't the case, and things with the purple man continued to progress. Grayson began having nightmares that would keep us awake. So Nolan and I began taking turns sleeping in our son's room, starting with my husband, since he had to work the next morning. At breakfast, I asked how he slept, expecting the answer to be positive, but he said the noises were even louder in the back, to the point that it freaked him out a little bit. I had the same experience on my first night, but then things were quiet for a day or two. Then, on one of Nolan's turns, he randomly got in bed with us around 2 a.m. He tried not to wake me, but he was shaking like a leaf. I assumed that he must have been cold and went back to sleep. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and Nolan was still awake. He followed me into the kitchen while I made breakfast and said that he felt like he was losing his mind. The scratching had woken him up again, and he rolled over to grab his water from the nightstand. When his eyes opened, he was facing the hallway through the open door, and a man that looked like my brother walked by. Nolan jumped out of bed, chased after him, but he couldn't find any trace of the guy. He had gone out right behind him, but no one was there. I didn't know how he didn't wake up during all of this, but he peeked in on us before checking every room, but nothing was out of place. Then, when he finally got into bed, he couldn't stop listening for footsteps. At first, I thought he dreamed the whole thing, and it just scared him so badly that he woke up and thought it was all one event. But this was also the same day that Animal Control had advised speaking with the police, so we were extra freaked out by their suggestion. I admittedly panicked pretty hard at first, but after the police did their search, I began to look at everything from a calmer perspective. It just seemed too unlikely that we would happen to get some kind of invisible ninja squatter. So I stuck to my original theories and stayed in the other room as planned. As expected, the scratching noise eventually woke me up, so I looked around but saw nothing and no one. I quickly fell back asleep, and even with that one interruption, it was the most sleep I'd gotten since this all started. The next night, however, is what did me in. When the scratching noise came, I just laid there waiting for it to stop, and it did. But then someone sat at the foot of the bed, and my heart stopped. When I opened my eyes, the weight vanished, but it didn't feel like anyone stood up. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. I almost retreated into the master bedroom, but the longer I was awake, the more I began to doubt myself. Obviously, no one could have sat on the bed and vanished into thin air, so I calmed down enough to fall back asleep. And that's when I had an incredibly vivid dream of my brother standing over me during the night. He didn't look normal. He was dead. His face was almost purple. His lips were blue. And there was something off-white, kind of like vomit, around his mouth and down his chin. Suddenly, that description didn't sound like a cartoon anymore. I told a friend what was going on, and she fully believes my brother is haunting us. But I don't want to believe that. Not because I'm a skeptic, But because I can't cope with the fact that my brother could be trapped in that state for, ever? I don't even know how that's supposed to work. It was right after this that we had our final chat with the police and why their ghost joke made us so uneasy. Unfortunately, my son never got to meet his uncle, but I set out a handful of pictures in front of Grayson, and I asked, do any of them resemble the scary man? I was even more freaked out when he picked up the picture of my brother. So I started researching spirits and hauntings like crazy. We tried different cleansings and simple rituals, but things only seemed to stay the same or get worse. Not long after this, Grayson was taking a nap on the couch while I cleaned the kitchen, and he suddenly started crying, loud, like he was hurt. I ran into the living room and scooped him up just as he was running out. I saw the scratches immediately, 2 red welts spreading across his neck. That's when I knew this thing wasn't my brother. It was both a relief and extra terrifying all at once. We still don't know what it is, and we don't really care now that Grayson is with Nolan's mother until we can leave. It hurts me to sell the house and the land, but I know my brother will always be part of us. We don't need a place to be close to him, and I know he would want what's best for his nephew. We've talked to a real estate agent and everything is ready to go, but we can't afford to move until we have a buyer, so we're just trying to hang in there. If anyone has any tips on how to survive in the meantime, all advice is much appreciated. It doesn't bother us as much as it did Grayson, but I've woken up with scratches on my back, and Nolan has seen the guy in broad daylight on 3 separate occasions now. In 2017, my sister, Candace, was murdered during one of her husband's drunken rages. Let's call him Earl. For years, we begged her to leave him, but he was always sorry, and he always convinced her to stay. Then the inevitable happened. It happened on a Thursday night. Oh, he didn't mean to kill her. We knew that he would never do it on purpose. After all, who would cook his dinners, wash his clothes, if not Candace? But then he finally hit her one too many times, and my sister was the one who paid the price. We pay for it too. I'll always feel like we should have done more, but she's the one who will never get to see London or write a book. That's all she really wanted from life. She called me the night it happened. Earl was mad because she cooked a casserole instead of a roast. The dumbest thing. But the fight was supposed to be over by then. When we spoke, he was nodding off in his recliner, and he didn't usually get up again after that. We talked for about 20 minutes before Candace said that she was going to bed, and everything seemed fine when we said goodbye. At 1:42 a.m., I woke up to my mom calling. I thought my dad must have had a heart attack, but no, my sister was dead. A neighbor heard their fight and called the police, but they arrived too late. Earl had fractured her skull, causing her brain to bleed, and she passed away en route to the hospital. I did not handle it well. We were only 2 years apart, so we grew up as best friends. We told each other everything, did everything together, and then she was just gone. It's not much consolation given the price, but for what it's worth, Earl got life in prison. I spiraled into a deep depression. If not for my partner, I don't think I would have survived the first week. The funeral was particularly difficult. I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't want to live anymore. I couldn't eat or sleep. That night, I laid in bed trying to sob quietly so as to not wake my partner. And I thought, this sounds crazy, but I tried to summon my sister. As kids, we would say that we were as close as twins and try to summon each other with our minds. We actually convinced ourselves that it worked a few times, but we hadn't done it since we were little. I don't really know how to describe exactly what I did. I've never been so desperate for something in my life. I reached out with my very soul, and I begged the universe to let me know Candace was okay. That somewhere, somehow, in some form, she still existed. And it was that exact moment that a glowing white orb came through the wall and hovered above the foot of my bed. I thought I must have been dreaming and woke my partner, but once they saw it too, I started bawling in earnest. It was really her. She only stayed with us for a minute before floating back through the wall, and we never saw her again. But that's what allowed me to finally begin some semblance of healing. I was worried that a shared dream theory would bother me later, so I used my fingernail to scratch a small C into the nightstand before going to sleep. Now, every time I feel overwhelmed with grief, I look at it and feel comforted, knowing I'll see her again one day. There's nothing worse than losing someone you love. Life is so short. Please don't take each other for granted. You truly never know when you might be sharing your final conversation. Hi, my name is Nancy, and I think we have something evil in our home. In total, there's 6 of us living here. Myself, my husband, his ailing mother, and our 3 children, ages 15, 10, and 7. The first incident happened almost a month ago when I came home from work. Now that we're caring for my mother-in-law, Linda, I leave my office at noon and work from home for the rest of the day, but a nurse stays with her from 8 to 12 while I'm away. As usual, I came in through the kitchen and headed upstairs to change clothes. Linda's nurse was coming down as I was going up, and she said, "I'm sorry, Nancy, what was it you needed?" I was completely lost. I hadn't spoken a word since arriving home. The confusion must have shown on my face because she proceeded to clarify, "When you called for me just now." But I still didn't know what she was referring to, and that made her confused. So she further clarified. I couldn't step away until I finished Linda's IV, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Judy is such a nice woman, and we've always gotten along very well. But in that moment, I realized she was a little wary, as if she expected me to bite her head off. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "Yes, ma'am. You just seemed a little upset when you called. I was worried that something bad had happened." After explaining I never called for her, she became very confused and asked me to follow her back to Linda's room, where my mother-in-law was much less polite about it. She said I should be ashamed of myself for taking that tone with Judy. I had to pull up the security footage to prove I had done no such thing. When I showed them the recording, they both paled and fell silent. I tried to pull up the footage of whatever they heard, but the cameras only pick up Judy and Linda's voices. They swore that I called for Judy 3 times in progressively harsher tones, and their reactions on the video clearly show that they were disrupted by something. I told my husband, Kevin, we're both believers, but we didn't tell the kids yet. We've never experienced a ghost that could imitate voices, which made us worry that it might be a demon or something malicious, and we didn't want to frighten them. In hindsight, that was a mistake, but this wasn't a topic they covered in our parenting books. That weekend was one of the rare occasions that all 3 kids were staying with friends. Saturday evening, I was cooking dinner while Kevin watched TV. Once finished, I fixed 3 plates and called for Kevin to take one to his mother while I poured the wine. But when he came into the kitchen, he was white as a ghost. He asked how I got back into the kitchen, and I explained that I never left. Then he turned even whiter and said that he had just watched me come downstairs and go into the bathroom. He had asked if dinner was ready, but I ignored him without so much as a glance in his direction. We immediately knew that it was that thing again, only now we were even more frightened. A voice was one thing, but this was a full apparition. Kevin ran to the bathroom. The door was still shut and the light was on inside, but when he pulled the door open, it was empty. Skip to the following Wednesday, and that night, we woke to our youngest crying for her father. This was strange unto itself because she hasn't done that for a couple of years now, and even when she did, it was always me that she called for. When Kevin came back from checking on her, he was clearly shaken. He walked in just as she was almost to the door, and upon asking where she was going, she said, "I have to go with Mommy, but I don't want to. She's being mean." Then our daughter further explained that she had woken up to me standing in her doorway, but my smile was too wide, and it scared her. She asked what I was doing, and I told her to come with me. But when she didn't want to get out of bed, my scary smile became a terrifying scowl. That's when she called for Kevin. What would have happened if she'd gone with this thing? What is it? We told all of the kids everything that had happened the next morning. My oldest thinks that we've lost our minds, but that's fine with us. I trust him to recognize a dangerous situation if he experiences it. The other two, not so much. We made sure that they knew not to go near me if I seemed off in any way. It breaks my heart to see them so frightened, but what else could we do? This next incident happened yesterday, and it's what prompted me to make this post. Linda and I were home alone, just after her nurse had left, and I was making our lunch. On my way upstairs, she began frantically screaming my name, and I ran the rest of the way. When I made it to her room, she was pointing at the bathroom door with a shaking hand. Her medication makes her very sleepy, and she had started to doze off, but then she felt someone sit on the bed and thought I had returned with lunch. She opened her eyes to see me at the foot of her bed, but this time, my eyes were wrong. They were too big, and the irises were too small. She told the apparition to get out, but it only smiled at her, and Linda saw its teeth were also wrong, long and pointed. That's when she heard me on the stairs and began shouting my name. The apparition then stood up, still smiling, and calmly entered the connected bathroom. My heart was hammering as I approached the door, but no one was inside. I really don't know what to do. We don't feel safe in our own home. If this was a normal haunting, we would already be looking for a new house, but I feel like that wouldn't help in this case. We tried burning sage the next time the kids were out, but it didn't make a bit of a difference. We're officially willing to try anything. Please help. The sun was beginning to set as I walked along the busy city street, lost in my own thoughts. I always enjoyed the sunset and thought it was the best part about getting off before 8 p.m. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to getting home. The sunset just made it easier. As I approached the crosswalk, I pressed the button, waiting for the signal to grant me permission to cross. Impatiently, I glanced at my watch, knowing I was already running late. Finally, the walk sign flashed green, and I stepped onto the sidewalk, feeling a sense of relief. But just as I took that step, a deafening screech pierced the air. Time seemed to slow down, and I turned my head instinctively. To my horror, I saw a car hurtling towards me, just inches away, its headlights blinding me. Fear gripped me, and I froze in place, unable to move. In that split second, a rush of emotions flooded through me. My heart pounded in my chest, my senses heightened to an almost unbearable level. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to survive mixed with the knowledge that I was going to die. And then, the impact. The force of the impact was like nothing I had ever experienced. I was tossed into the air like a puppet in the hands of fate. Everything around me became a blur followed by black. Then, for a moment, I thought I must have come to. But the view, it was wrong. Instead of staring up into a sea full of onlookers, I was standing next to the onlookers, looking down at myself. I caught glimpses of horrified faces, gasps of disbelief, and the screeching sound of brakes being forcefully applied all around the scene. I looked around, and it was chaos. I remembered soaring through the air and thinking that time had stretched indefinitely. Thoughts racing through my mind, memories of loved ones, regrets, sheer disbelief that this was happening to me. I remember praying that this wasn't the end, even though I was sure that it was. Then, as abruptly as the whole thing had began, everything went silent. I was now lying on the pavement, pain coursing through my body. I felt a mix of relief and terror. Relief that I was still alive, that I was in this viewpoint, and terror of the uncertainty of what I really looked like. Could I move my limbs? Was my head split open? I had no idea and was too afraid or in too much pain to move. People rushed to my side, calling for help, offering words of comfort. Still, I just couldn't believe I was actually alive. I could hear the distant wails of sirens growing louder. Paramedics arrived, their faces painted with looks of concern and professionalism. The accident, it had shattered my sense of invincibility, that's for sure, reminding me to cherish the people and experiences around me, the ones that really matter. And I'm definitely checking both ways multiple times before crossing. I won't lie, the weeks that followed the accident were filled with pain, physical and emotional, but I slowly healed. I continued to recall my experience after the accident. I don't really know what to make of it, but I'm grateful for every step that I do take. Nothing, and I mean nothing, will ever be more eventful than the Thanksgiving I had in 2005. I was meeting my boyfriend's family for the first time. They were hosting us along with his sister and her boyfriend. Okay, names. My boyfriend at the time was named Arden, his sister's name was Valina, and her man was Cole. When we got to the house, it was midday, and we were the first ones to arrive. It gave me a chance to get to know his mom and dad and have their undivided attention focused on us. Both parents sat on a long couch across from us. There was a big window behind them overlooking their front deck. To the right, on the same wall as the window, is the front door. Arden and I both sat on recliners facing the parents in this big window. After talking with his parents for a while, I noticed a woman with dark, straight hair walk past the window. Her clothes were dark and plain. She could have had on a black sweater with how the sleeves went past her fingertips. She walks left to right past the window. I assume the side profile that I'd seen was Arden's sister, Valina, going to the front door. Their door has a large oval, slightly fogged glass panel. It's head level, just enough for me to see her face pressed against the glass. The oval window's light becomes blocked, filled with a truly ghastly grin. Her eyebrows were raised. I could see her prominent features, but the details of her face were too distorted by the fog aesthetic printed on the glass. A few moments go by and she hasn't opened the door. Doing my best to be polite and listen to Arden's mom tell me stories about him, I keep shooting glances over, trying to figure out if she needs help with the door or if she was waiting for her boyfriend before coming in. The face that she was making in the window was really giving me the creeps, so I kept my glances to a minimum. But the front door never opened, and nobody else walked across the deck to join her. I sneak another quick look at the front door, and I see a dirty black handprint smeared down the center panel where the face was. There's no longer anything visibly blocking the oval, and lights are once again glowing through the fogged glass. Nobody acknowledged the woman at the door, and she never came in. She also never left the deck, as there was only one way down onto the driveway from the porch, which involved passing by the living room window. And I can confidently say that I did not see the woman walk back across, as I was directly facing it. The large window stretched at couch length. I couldn't have missed it. But hours would go by without anyone new entering the house, enough time that I'd eventually forget about the woman, until we'd all hear footsteps on the 2 wooden steps leading up to the porch. Then, passing by the window was a teen with blue hair, styled in bright clothing picked straight from a Hot Topic bargain bin, followed in tow by a boy her age in the same fashion named Cole. I didn't know Valina was so much younger than Arden. The kids were nice, and I ate too many plates when dinner finally came. No idea who or what I saw that day outside the window, but it sure wasn't Arden's sister. Growing up, my dad used to take me camping all over New Mexico to search for UFOs. When he was in college, he saw a craft with green lights moving across the sky. When it stopped, the lights turned red before disappearing entirely. Then a smaller craft, about the size of a drone, with a single green light zoomed away from where the larger one had vanished. It shot to the ground faster than Dad's eyes could follow, and he never saw it again. He's been obsessed with UFO sightings ever since. On our camping expeditions, he would stay up most of the night just staring through his telescope. We must have gone on 4 or 5 trips a year from the time I was 6 to 16. But in all that time, we never saw anything until the week before my 17th birthday. It started out like any of our other weekends away. I stayed up with him until about 1 or 2, and then passed out in my sleeping bag. Normally, I woke up to Dad cooking breakfast the next morning, but this time, I woke up with his hand over my mouth in a frantic shushing gesture. I was instantly terrified. The man has never played a practical joke in his life. Whatever was happening had to be bad. Once certain I understood to keep silent, he leaned next to my ear and said to follow him to the truck, but not to stop for anything. I had never seen him frightened before, and that was enough to scare me into unquestioned compliance. I tried using my phone for light, but he snatched it away and put it in his pocket with no more than a shake of his head. I barely had enough time to grab my bag before he was dragging me out of the tent. The fire had been put out, but the stars provided just enough light to see our way to the truck. We ran the whole way and jumped inside like someone was chasing us. The second the door closed behind me, Dad was already pressing the lock button. Once he put the key in the ignition, the headlights came to life and illuminated a sickly gray figure, complete with bulbous eyes, right by our tent. It was peeking inside the flap, but as soon as the lights came on, it darted all the way inside. I screamed. Dad yelled for me to get on the floor, and I did. He threw the truck into gear and we took off, but then something with a green light shot into the air and began following us. He drove like mad to get away, never taking his eyes off the road, while I never took my eyes off of whatever that green light was. I couldn't make out the shape behind it, but it stayed with us through every turn until just before reaching the highway. Then it suddenly shot higher into the sky and flew back the way it came. That was the last time Dad ever took me camping. We might take the occasional hike together, but for the most part, we bond over movie nights now. In '98, I was 10 and living with my family in Illinois. Dad moved us there after Mom died, and he remained a few years later. At the time this story took place, it was just the 3 of us and my baby sister. We had a nice house in a nice neighborhood. The backyard was closed in by an 8-foot privacy fence, and we had a large metal shed in the middle. One night, around 11 p.m., my dad and stepmom were watching TV in their room. The baby was sleeping in the nursery, and I was playing Nintendo 64 in my room. The master bedroom had sliding doors to a balcony which overlooked the backyard, and from bed, Dad could see out of them perfectly. My window also faced the same direction, and I could also see mine from where I sat playing. Suddenly, a bright purple flash illuminated the sky. It looked exactly like lightning. If nothing would have happened afterwards, there would have been no question that's exactly what it was. My window was cracked open, and worried about rain, I paused my game to close it. But as I got closer, a new light appeared out of the darkness. It was like a new star appeared, except this one was much brighter and had an almost purple tint to it. The light was only solid for a single instant, then it began to flicker and move in a distressed pattern. I'm not sure how else to describe this part. It was kind of like a bug that had a bad wing. You know how it kind of spirals as it slowly descends until it finally crashes? It was oddly identical to that, only the descent was much faster. I would lose sight of it when the light flickered off, but then it would reveal itself with another flash. When it was low enough to see the shape, it reminded me of a large egg laying on its side. It wasn't very big. I doubt a grown man could have fit inside, maybe a woman or a child. That was about the time I realized it was going to crash really close to us, and I ran upstairs for my dad. He and my stepmom were watching from their balcony. I started to ask him what it was, but when he turned towards me, I saw how frightened he looked. He sent me downstairs to lock my window and check the others while my stepmom got my sister from the nursery. I had gotten too scared and ran before seeing where it actually landed, but when I locked my window, I saw one last flash of light flicker behind the shed. Then there was a bang that sounded like a gunshot. I didn't even check the other windows or doors. I just ran back upstairs where my sister was now asleep in her car seat inside the master closet. All the lights were off, and my stepmom was watching out the balcony door while on the phone with 911. Dad was loading his shotgun and, without looking up, told me to get in the closet with my sister. I didn't want to, but I had never heard him use that tone before. I got into the closet without saying a word and crawled beneath a pile of clothes. I know it sounds horrible, but I was still jealous of having a new baby in the house. Part of me hoped that whatever came would just take her and not notice me. I'm not sure how long I had been there when I heard my stepmom scream, but Dad shushed her right away. And I didn't hear another sound until they got us out of the closet hours later. I'm not sure how long we were actually there, but it wasn't daylight yet. I was told that a weather balloon had landed behind our shed, and then the police came to take it away. But I never believed that story. I didn't even know what a weather balloon was, but I knew Dad was lying. I tried asking about it a few times over the years, but I got a different story until a few days ago. I didn't really expect to tell anyone else, but I just can't let this thing go, and I don't have anyone else to talk to. Dad just got divorced, and he's been staying with me while his wife moves out. This last weekend is when the paperwork was finalized, so he got pretty drunk, and I seized an opportunity. This mystery has plagued me for 25 years, and I just wanted a real answer. Or I thought I did. Now I actually kind of regret knowing. When my stepmom screamed, it was because she saw some kind of mutated creature peek out from behind the shed. It had a weirdly shaped head, large hands, but tiny arms. And it was the size of a child. When she screamed, it looked right at her and ducked back behind the shed. But before it went, it blinked sideways, meaning its eyelids closed to a vertical slit instead of horizontal like ours. She and Dad both saw it. That bang that I had heard, it was some kind of mini implosion. We couldn't see it because of the shed, but it left a small crater where the object seemed to have collapsed in on itself. Nothing was left except for a small hole and a few scorch marks. But one of the things that frightened Dad the most was how quick the government covered it up. Real police were only there for a few minutes, and they refused to go into the backyard. They said that their orders were to only secure the location. Then, a bunch of feds showed up and sent the officers away. A few of them stayed inside to conduct their interviews, well away from any windows, while a bunch of people in hazmats erased any trace of whatever had landed in our yard. They said filling the hole in now was a safety measure provided by our tax dollars. Dad claimed that I had been asleep through the whole event. He said something about the whole thing seemed wrong, like we were one wrong answer away from disappearing ourselves. He and my stepmom never said a word about the creature to the feds, only that they saw some kind of meteor land behind the shed. This seemed to make the government men happy. And once their business in our yard was concluded, they left without any issue and didn't contact us again. The next morning, Dad went out to look at the yard and found no evidence that anything had occurred at all. He would have sounded crazy if he tried to tell anyone. We kept a closer eye on the sky after that, but other than the few times I tried asking for the truth, the whole thing might as well have been a dream.